confirmed by the Senate. Governors are appointed for 14-year terms. The Board of Governors oversees and sets policy direction for the system, including 12 Federal Reserve banks located around the country, which take the pulse of the nation's economic health from a regional perspective. The 12 reserve banks represent different geographic regions, or districts, and were set up based on regional economic considerations. Although supervised by the Federal Reserve Board, the reserve banks operate independently in many respects. The reserve banks carry out a number of core system functions, such as supervising and examining commercial banks and other financial institutions, enforcing compliance with federal consumer protection and fair lending laws, while promoting local community development and lending to depository institutions to ensure crucial liquidity in the financial system. They and the board also play a key role in another primary Fed function, fostering the safety and efficiency of our nation's payment systems, including distributing currency and coin to banks, operating electronic payment systems, and clearing our checks. In addition, the reserve banks act as the government's bank, providing services such as maintaining the Treasury Department's transaction account and issuing and redeeming U.S. government securities. They also act as a bank for banks by providing key financial services to banks, thrifts, and credit unions. The reserve banks also provide a wealth of information on conditions across the nation, information that is vital to formulating a national monetary policy that helps maintain a healthy U.S. economy and a stable financial system. The board and the reserve banks together help ensure that consumer and community voices are heard at the central bank through consumer-focused outreach, research, and analysis. This helps keep the Federal Reserve's actions, policies, and decision-making attuned to what's going on in American households, communities, and businesses, which are the foundation of our economy. The third key Fed entity is the Federal Open Market Committee, or FOMC, which brings together representatives from the board and the reserve banks to consider the state of the U.S. economy and set a course for our monetary policy in a manner that seeks to promote an economy that works for all Americans. The 12-member FOMC establishes an appropriate position or stance for monetary policy to help move the economy towards two essential mandates set for the Fed by Congress, promoting maximum employment and price stability. This occurs mainly through the FOMC's influence on interest rates and credit conditions, which can significantly impact financial conditions, including economic productivity and even spending and investment decisions by households, communities, and businesses. Working together, these three key Fed entities and the unique Federal Reserve System structure established by Congress more than a century ago help promote conditions resulting in a strong, healthy, and sustainable economy. For more information on how the Fed functions, visit federalreserve.gov and click on About the Fed.
Across the United States, the Federal Reserve, through its Federal Reserve Education Program, helps people understand how the economy works, so consumers have the tools to make sound financial decisions. Through this education program, teachers have access to classroom-ready online resources for students from kindergarten to college, videos, classroom lessons, online education, publications, and more. These resources are all free for educators to use in their lesson plans, or as they see fit. Many of the Federal Reserve System's regional reserve banks, located in 12 districts across the nation, also offer in-person and online professional development that allows educators to deepen their knowledge and hone their craft when it comes to economics, personal finance, and more. At the board and reserve banks, students also get hands-on opportunities like internships and participation on student boards, which introduce them to key economics concepts and potential careers in economics and finance. Consumers are empowered to make sound financial decisions through the availability of easy-to-understand resources that explain personal finance concepts, the broader economy, and the Federal Reserve's role in it. Federal Reserve Education is committed to equipping educators, educating students, and empowering consumers when it comes to understanding and participating in our evolving economy. For more information, visit federalreserveeducation.org to find links to resources and reserve bank programs offered near you.
I'm Ian, and I work for the Federal Reserve, the central bank of the United States. The Federal Reserve System consists of three main entities that perform key functions that serve the public and promote the health of our economy and the stability of our financial system. These key entities are the Federal Reserve Board of Governors, 12 Federal Reserve banks operating around our nation, and the Federal Open Market Committee. Based in Washington, D.C., the Board of Governors is the governing body of the Federal Reserve System. It's an agency of the federal government that reports to and is directly accountable to Congress. The board consists of 7 members, or governors, who are nominated by the President of the United States and confirmed by the Senate. Governors are appointed for 14-year terms. The Board of Governors oversees and sets policy direction for the system, including 12 Federal Reserve banks located around the country, which take the pulse of the nation's economic health from a regional perspective. The 12 reserve banks represent different geographic regions, or districts, and were set up based on regional economic considerations. Although supervised by the Federal Reserve Board, the reserve banks operate independently in many respects. The reserve banks carry out a number of core system functions, such as supervising and examining commercial banks and other financial institutions, enforcing compliance with federal consumer protection and fair lending laws, while promoting local community development and lending to depository institutions to ensure crucial liquidity in the financial system. They and the board also play a key role in another primary Fed function, fostering the safety and efficiency of our nation's payment systems, including distributing currency and coin to banks, operating electronic payment systems, and clearing our checks. In addition, the reserve banks act as the government's bank, providing services such as maintaining the Treasury Department's transaction account and issuing and redeeming U.S. government securities. They also act as a bank for banks by providing key financial services to banks, thrifts, and credit unions. The reserve banks also provide a wealth of information on conditions across the nation, information that is vital to formulating a national monetary policy that helps maintain a healthy U.S. economy and a stable financial system. The board and the reserve banks together help ensure that consumer and community voices are heard at the central bank through consumer-focused outreach, research, and analysis. This helps keep the Federal Reserve's actions, policies, and decision-making attuned to what's going on in American households, communities, and businesses, which are the foundation of our economy. The third key Fed entity is the Federal Open Market Committee, or FOMC, which brings together representatives from the board and the reserve banks to consider the state of the U.S. economy and set a course for our monetary policy in a manner that seeks to promote an economy that works for all Americans. The 12-member FOMC establishes an appropriate position or stance for monetary policy to help move the economy towards 2 essential mandates set for the Fed by Congress, promoting maximum employment and price stability. This occurs mainly through the FOMC's influence on interest rates and credit conditions, which can significantly impact financial conditions, including economic productivity and even spending and investment decisions by households, communities, and businesses. Working together, these 3 key Fed entities and the unique Federal Reserve System structure established by Congress more than a century ago help promote conditions resulting in a strong, healthy, and sustainable economy. For more information on how the Fed functions, visit federalreserve.gov and click on About the Fed.
Across the United States, the Federal Reserve, through its Federal Reserve Education Program, helps people understand how the economy works so consumers have the tools to make sound financial decisions. Through this education program, teachers have access to classroom-ready online resources for students from kindergarten to college, videos, classroom lessons, online education, publications, and more. These resources are all free for educators to use in their lesson plans, or as they see fit. Many of the Federal Reserve System's regional reserve banks, located in 12 districts across the nation, also offer in-person and online professional development that allows educators to deepen their knowledge and hone their craft when it comes to economics, personal finance, and more. At the board and reserve banks, students also get hands-on opportunities like internships and participation on student boards, which introduce them to key economics concepts and potential careers in economics and finance. Consumers are empowered to make sound financial decisions through the availability of easy-to-understand resources that explain personal finance concepts, the broader economy, and the Federal Reserve's role in it. Federal Reserve Education is committed to equipping educators, educating students, and empowering consumers when it comes to understanding and participating in our evolving economy. For more information, visit federalreserveeducation.org to find links to resources and Reserve Bank programs offered near you.
saying this third annual Financial Inclusion Conference. Very exciting. I remember the first one not that long ago. And thanks to everybody joining us today in the room and online for what should be an engaging and informative discussion. I am David Newville. I'm the Division Director for the Division of Consumer and Community Affairs, one of the sponsors for today's event. And in the past 2 years, this conference, we've covered a variety of practices and innovations and topics that are helping to unleash a more financially inclusive future. While it's always been great to gather and share insights into products and tools that have been assisting consumers and organizations dedicated to financial inclusion, this time we wanted to take an opportunity to focus on the cutting edge and what might be coming next, given everything going on out there right now. Thus, this year's conference theme is Next Gen Financial Inclusion. The theme encapsulates the many ways this space is rapidly changing through an evolving approach to engaging consumers and technological innovations, both of which are absolutely critical to expanding financial inclusion. We should embrace opportunities to consider developing consumer needs and possess a willingness to proactively assess the programs and tools that are offered to better meet those needs. This is especially important for low and moderate income and financially vulnerable consumers. These goals can be met through an array of channels, but today's conference will focus on new approaches that respond to this appeal and provide insights into how the next generation of tools and thinking can help consumers with complex financial needs and a history of limited financial access. Technology and continued innovation are changing the landscape of financial inclusion at rapid speeds. And as organizations and providers committed to expanding access to financial products and services, it's our responsibility to stay informed about creative solutions that are consistent with safe and sound practices and consumer protection. Today, you will be hearing from a wide variety of industry leaders on innovation and tools like AI, faster payments, and financial health metrics. Our panel on AI will feature industry and research voices exploring the benefits and challenges of this fast-growing technology. While access to AI grows among consumers and the institutions that serve them, it will be critical to consider how these new tools can be leveraged responsibly to provide assistance and solutions. We'll also hear about payments innovations, a long-standing topic of interest in the financial inclusion space, but this time we'll focus on digital payments and dive deeper into access challenges, barriers to adoptions, and the need to evolve an increasingly digital economy. Finally, we'll talk about financial health or consumers' ability to manage expenses, save for unexpected financial shocks, gain access to sustainable credit, and plan for the future. We'll hear from organizations and experts who are going further in their understanding of the complex needs of those who are financially vulnerable and using data and enhanced metrics to customize solutions that are more effective and impactful for consumers. Growing access to AI tools, a wider range of payment options, and more comprehensive data about consumers and their financial health all expand the pool of possibilities regarding financial inclusion. With each of these areas, as with all new tools and technologies, it's critical to ensure we understand the real problems facing modern-day consumers and the solutions available to help them. These approaches are increasingly important as more than a quarter of adults are self-identifying as financially vulnerable. According to our most recent survey of Household Economics and Decision-Making report, 28% of survey respondents said they were worse off financially now than compared to a year earlier. As the financial industry continues to evolve, we continue to look for new ways to meet consumers where they are at and help them engage in the financial system to meet their needs. Financial inclusion also does not simply reflect the struggle of an individual or a household, as many of you know. It's a critical concern for our country as a whole. Financial inclusion contributes to the Federal Reserve's mission of promoting a healthy and growing economy and a safe and stable financial system. Moreover, it facilitates the effective implementation of monetary policy. I'm excited to use today's event to offer you all a glimpse into what's coming for the next round of financial inclusion and how we may be able to leverage financial technology and data to reach new consumers and ensure that all consumers, especially the most vulnerable, have access to safe and reliable financial services. Now it's my pleasure to introduce our kickoff speaker, Governor Michael Barr, who became a member of the board in July of 2022 and served as Vice Chair for Supervision before becoming the Oversight Governor for the Division of Consumer and Community Affairs last year. Governor Barr's tenure at the board is just one of his many appointments in public service. In the late 90s and early 2000s, he served as the Deputy Assistant Secretary for Community Development Policy at Treasury, where he helped establish the CDFI Fund and the Office of Community Development, among many other numerous initiatives. He served again as Assistant Secretary for Financial Institutions at the Department of the Treasury in 2009 and played a pivotal role in the development of the Dodd-Frank Act. Prior to his appointment to the board, he was the Dean of the Gerald R. Ford School of Public Policy at the University of Michigan and a professor of law at the University of Michigan Law School, where he founded and led the University of Michigan's Center on Finance, Law, and Policy, among many other projects and initiatives. He's been working in the community development and financial inclusion space for decades, and we're excited to hear his remarks about where he thinks things are going next and what he thinks we should be focusing on. Please join me in giving a warm welcome to Governor Barr. Yeah.
Thanks very much, David. And I also want to thank all of you for being here. I want to thank the organizers of this conference from the Federal Reserve Board and from the Federal Reserve Banks. And I want to thank my fellow governors who are participating today. Governor Cook and Vice Chair for Supervision Bowman and Vice Chair Jefferson have all agreed to participate in today's discussions in different ways. And I think it just demonstrates the depth of commitment and interest about these issues here at the board. So I'm going to focus today on artificial intelligence, a very important but small subset of the issues that David raised. Our focus in this conference is financial inclusion, and something that will likely have great consequences for financial inclusion and our economy more broadly in the years ahead is artificial intelligence, and in particular, generative artificial intelligence. As I've explored in a number of speeches over the past several years, AI has the potential to transform lives and the U.S. economy, possibly empowering workers to be more productive, with lower and middle income workers perhaps benefiting the most. But it is also the case that AI may instead exacerbate inequality, eliminating some lower and middle income jobs, while boosting the income and wealth of higher income individuals. Since we don't know which of these futures will come about, it is useful to use potential scenarios, as I've done previously with respect to AI and the broader economy. Every major technological advance has had profound effects on labor markets and the economy. Many workers have suffered from these technological changes, while many other workers have seen new opportunities emerge. In the long run, technological advances tend to broadly raise living standards by creating more jobs than they destroy and increasing productivity. But transitions and outcomes can vary, and in the period following the mass adoption of a general purpose technology, such as electricity, the telephone, and internet-enabled personal computers, the number of people dislocated and the extent of the harm they may suffer can be large and persistent. Balancing these scales of costs and benefits involves examining whether the benefits are broadly shared or concentrated. Past experience has shown that technological leaps forward can raise living standards, but when the benefits are concentrated among relatively few people, technology can widen inequalities of income and wealth, especially during the transition period. Widespread adoption of the internet raised the productive capacity of our economy and broadly raised living standards. But it also likely exacerbated inequality because it benefited certain information-intensive jobs, like accounting, much more than other jobs, such as construction workers. The policy challenge is therefore not simply to observe the development and deployment of AI, but also as a society to consider policies related to AI and its effects on education, job training, and workforce development, competition, tax policy, and other areas that may allow the gains from AI to be shared across workers, households, and communities, rather than accruing to a small group of firms and investors. Of course, these policies are not within the remit of the Federal Reserve, but rather for other policymakers to consider and decide. The question I would like to consider today is whether AI will likely help narrow inequalities of income and wealth, supporting advances in financial inclusion, or widen those inequalities, undermining the recent gains in financial inclusion that we rightly celebrate today. Let's start with an understanding of income and wealth inequality. To understand income inequality, it helps to break income into its components. The largest component is labor income. Disparities in labor income across individuals reflect the supply and demand for their skills, their productivity, and their time spent at work, all things that could be affected by artificial intelligence. Income also includes earnings from capital and investment, and thus includes the concentration of ownership in firms, such as AI companies. In 2024, the highest earning 1/5 of US households earned 52% of all income, and the bottom 20% earned only 3%. In 2024, the United States was the 6th most unequal of the countries in the G20. Wealth inequality is a function of the distribution of ownership of assets, land, goods, businesses, intellectual property, and other investment assets. The bottom 1/2 of US households hold less than 3% of wealth. The top 1/10 hold 59%, and the top 1/10 of 1% hold 15% of that wealth. When returns from investment are reinvested, wealth naturally compounds. As a result, those who already own appreciating assets often see their wealth grow much faster than households that rely primarily on wages, widening the gap between the haves and the have-nots. A central question is whether AI will expand opportunity by giving more people access to valuable skills and productive work, or whether it will reinforce advantages that are already concentrated among a smaller population. Inequality matters not just for workers today, but is also closely connected with an important aspect of the American dream, the expectation that in the future, our children will be able to make better lives for themselves, including through rising living standards. Let me start with the possible ways in which AI could widen inequality. First, AI could lead to labor displacement, something that is the top of mind for most people, especially younger workers, is the concern that AI could drastically reduce the demand for them. AI might disproportionately affect new entrants to the labor market. According to a well-known paper by Claudia Golden and Larry Katz, in some previous technological waves, the benefits have tended to improve outcomes for more skilled and more educated workers. But in this scenario, AI could harm not only less skilled workers, but also younger college-educated workers whose skills are more easily replicated by AI than in prior technological waves. Moreover, workers who use AI more intensely might gain the most, and workers who use the most advanced and expensive AI models might win out over those who use baseline models. In the Federal Reserve's most recent survey of household economics and decision-making, 43% of workers with a graduate degree reported using AI in the previous month, compared with only 10% of workers with a high school degree or less. The survey further found that workers who used AI were more likely to say that it would improve their careers rather than replace their jobs. Measures of exposure to generative AI also suggest that higher education and higher paid workers are much more exposed to that technology. The consequences of these facts are not yet clear. If AI mostly substitutes for labor, then not being exposed to AI should be positive for those workers. However, if AI augments existing jobs, then workers not exposed to AI would be left behind. There is substantial uncertainty about how the labor market will evolve. As of right now, there has been little evidence of economy-wide job displacements from AI. Yet there is also some evidence that AI may have made job entry harder for young workers in some job categories. Given both the history of major technological advances and how early we are in the timeline of AI adoption, it is important to consider the full range of possible future effects, including the potential for more widespread labor displacement. Another potential concern is concentration. A high degree of market concentration has important implications for individuals' economic outcomes. We don't know how the market will evolve. At one extreme, competition and distributed innovation could lead to AI becoming a cheap and ubiquitous commodity. In this scenario, access is democratized and gains are widely shared. Startups and smaller businesses would have access to state-of-the-art AI resources and could continue their role as key sources of innovative ideas, goods, and services, as well as important engines for job creation for the US economy. But according to a 2025 paper by Anton Korenek and Hai Vipra, an important factor is that AI has some characteristics that have in the past reinforced concentrations of market power. Like other high-tech innovations, because AI depends on access to data, model improvements, and computing power, it benefits from economies of scale and scope. Greater data, model improvements, and computing power yield vastly greater intelligence and capabilities. The high return for this advantage helps explain the huge investments and concentration of AI investments in giant firms, which is why they're referred to as hyperscalers. AI has another feature that seems to be driving ever greater concentrations of market power. The fact that AI itself is a powerful tool to train and accelerate development of new AI models. That is, AI improves its own research and development. While computing technology has always tended to support the market dominance of industry leaders, the extent of the advantage possessed by AI industry leaders may prove to be unprecedented. As a result of these forces, it is possible that a small number of AI firms may dominate the market, and investment returns may accrue primarily to owners of AI. In this potential future, wealth generation and to some extent income generation for those workers who can benefit from access to AI resources could increase. But less access to ever-improving AI resources for most other firms and their employees would mean slower productivity growth for them, and a steadily widening gap between them and the firms and their employees with more access. As I said at the outset, I'm not predicting this particular outcome, just exploring it as a possible scenario. Let me now turn to scenarios in which AI could reduce inequality. One scenario is broader access to capability building, resulting in broader productivity gains. Just as the printing press democratized knowledge and the internet democratized information, AI may democratize capability itself. By giving millions of people access to tutoring, coaching, writing assistance, programming support, and problem-solving guidance, AI could enable individuals to develop skills that were once reserved for those with exceptional education, wealth, or mentorship. In the future, AI could be a rising tide that lifts all boats, rather than widening the inequality we've seen in recent decades. A growing body of research suggests that AI can augment worker productivity without necessarily replacing workers, with especially large gains for less experienced workers, allowing individuals to perform a broader array of tasks and increasing overall economic output. In one experiment, college-educated professionals completed a range of assignments, writing short reports or analyses, and then carried out a second round of assignments with the help of AI. AI reduced the average time to complete assignments by 40% and improved the quality of the results by 18%, a combination that constitutes a significant productivity gain. The biggest improvements in that study were among those who did the worst on the unaided assignment, narrowing the productivity gap. Acquiring skills or building expertise and experience in any occupation is hard. It demands effort and discipline, often requiring years of effort, and depends on education, the capability to acquire and retain knowledge, and the judgment to use knowledge and other resources wisely. AI has the potential to expand expertise, shortening the time and reducing the work needed to build skills, or directly providing those skills themselves, raising productivity the most for lower skilled, less educated workers. AI could also lower the barriers to entrepreneurship for those with a good idea who may lack certain skills, such as finance or accounting, to develop and implement that idea. The democratization of coding capabilities enabled by AI models is also an example of how AI could level the playing field for a critical input for many businesses. While it's too early to know how helpful AI might be to entrepreneurship, the rapid adoption of AI among small businesses is a strong signal of its potential value. Another way AI could help reduce inequality is through the creation of new jobs, ones we haven't even imagined yet, as we've seen with other general-purpose technologies. Consider that, by some estimates, There are 12 million full-time social media influencers earning a living today in the United States, something that was unimaginable a decade ago, or at least unimaginable to me. Research suggests that major technological advances lead to this type of job creation, and the bigger the advance, the greater the impact on labor markets. For those who tend to see job dislocation from technological advances as a zero-sum game, it is worth remembering what economists call the lump of labor fallacy. The labor market is not zero-sum. For example, spreadsheet software such as Excel replace the lower-skilled aspects of basic accounting jobs, which raise the productivity of accountants. That is, instead of substituting for a person, technology augmented that person's ability to do their job. Instead of eliminating a field, technological advances redefined what was possible. AI may be able to do that across the economy. If so, AI could help lower inequality by creating new, more productive, and higher-paying jobs. What I have laid out thus far, roughly speaking, is the worst case and the best case scenarios for how AI may affect inequality. And there could be many scenarios in between. It's impossible to predict now which of these versions of the future is more likely. But what I'd like to do next is talk through a couple of examples of factors that could shape that outcome. The first is education, job training, and workforce development. In the same way that computer skills are essential to many jobs today, proficiency with AI may well become a necessary skill for the jobs of the future. Workers will need to prompt AI, integrate AI into workflows, oversee coding agents, and manage multiple AI agents. They will need to exercise judgment about AI inputs and outputs, verify AI results, and expand the frontier of human knowledge. AI's amazing facility in writing computer code is likely to replace individuals whose only job was to write basic code. However, it will empower not only advanced coding experts who will oversee coding agents, but also empower many more people without formal coding training to use coding to turn their ideas into functional programs. If this is hard to visualize, consider how calculators, word processors, and presentation software have democratized the workplace. Not long ago, these functions were carried out by specialists, but are now minimum qualifications for most office jobs. Education will be critical in how well workers in the U.S. economy adapt to the AI revolution. Economists Claudia Golden and Lawrence Katz explored this history in The Race Between Education and Technology, recounting how both the supply and demand for education responded throughout the 20th century to the technological needs of the economy. First, the dramatic growth in high school completion helped move the country away from agriculture as the dominant industry. In the second half of the century, the proliferation of higher education responded to the need for specialized expertise in many occupations. In this next wave, a crucial question about how AI may affect inequality will be if high quality and affordable education and training are widely available, not only at the outset, but also throughout one's working life. Yet a focus on AI skills alone is not likely to be the right approach. My instinct is that curiosity, flexibility, and importantly, common sense and human judgment are likely to be critical skills in this new economy. As Ethan Mollick argued in his book, Co-Intelligence, success in the AI era depends less on mastering the technology itself than on developing the human capacities to ask insightful questions. This includes being able to distinguish sound reasoning from plausible nonsense, make ethical judgments, and integrate knowledge across disciplines. So it is not just a question of learning AI skills. To be successful in the future, both young people and those already in their careers are going to need to learn the skills necessary for an economy in which change happens at an increasingly fast pace. Investment in human-centered skills, relationships, and the liberal arts is likely to be as important as technological skills. A second factor that I want to discuss is competition and market structure. The market structure of AI firms will also matter to outcomes. As explained by Kornick and Vipra, competition is an essential force promoting income and wealth equality. Competition lowers costs, spreads access to technological advances, and makes it more likely that the benefits of those advances are shared widely among consumers and workers. If firms leading the AI revolution achieve dominant positions of market power, the benefits might be concentrated among a fortunate few. Competition alone, of course, would not lead to less inequality, as labor and capital markets allocate gains across firms and workers. But competition is an important input into broadly shared gains. In conclusion, scenarios for AI adoption vary widely regarding how AI might affect inequality. How the market evolves will matter a great deal, but so too will public policy. AI, like major past technological advances, will shape the labor market and the broader economy in myriad ways. It is unclear whether AI will reduce or increase income and wealth inequality, but society can begin making choices now that can affect that outcome. Decisions on AI policy, education, worker training, and workforce development, competition, tax policy, and other areas will help determine this outcome. We have heard many bold pronouncements about what AI will be able to do in the near and distant future. Some will likely come to pass, and others won't. But future inequality will depend not only on what AI can do, but also on what we choose to do with AI. Thank you.
Thank you, Governor Barr, for that very thoughtful analysis of the potential pathways for AI and inequality. Lots to get into in our following fireside chat and throughout the event today. To transition to the fireside chat, I'm going to quickly introduce our other chattee in the chat, Tim Flocka, who is the co-founder and chief executive officer of Commonwealth, formerly the D2D Fund, a mission-driven organization that builds solutions to make people financially secure. Tim helped launch D2D in 2001 and has served on the organization's board of directors since that time, drawing on 25 years' experience in the nonprofit and private sectors, helping working people build savings. Under his leadership, D2D has grown from a startup social venture into Commonwealth, a nationally recognized innovation incubator which partners with leading financial services firms and receives support from the world's most respected philanthropic organizations. Tim speaks widely and comments in the media around Commonwealth's work, the need for broader financial security, and the role of fintech and innovation in addressing this need. He has directed signature Commonwealth efforts, including the Refunds to Asset project, linking federal tax refunds to savings, and online IDA, a scalable infrastructure for match savings programs built on leading industry 401 record-keeping technology. These and other efforts have impacted the federal tax code, spawned new financial products and public policies responsible for helping hundreds of thousands of Americans build hundreds of millions of dollars in savings. When I first had the pleasure of meeting Tim many moons ago, he was leading what was then the D2D Fund and doing some really innovative work around U.S. savings bonds and the tax code at the time. Tim and Commonwealth have always been on the cutting edge of policies and technologies for better serving the financial security needs of low and moderate income consumers, and we're really fortunate to have him here today to hear his perspective on where things in the space are heading in this next dialogue with Governor Barr and with these new technical changes. Tim, thank you. Yeah.
Much for that speech. I feel like I appreciate the choice to talk about inequality and to just dive into AI. So I wonder if we could just start there. You laid out a lot, but when you think about the lens of people living on low and moderate income, is there any piece of all that you laid out that you're especially bullish about? Let's start with the upside.
Yeah, Tim, first of all, let me just say it's great pleasure to be back together with you here. And I remember 25 years ago when you and Peter launched D2D and what became Commonwealth. And the work that you've been doing over the last quarter century now has really been impactful. So it's great to be back here with you. Let me say, I think that if properly deployed, artificial intelligence can help low-income people in lots of different ways. So, we'll talk, I think, we'll talk in a little bit about this in the finance area, but more generally thinking about as workers. Let's say you're a worker with low English language proficiency. AI can help you make that leap to using English much more quickly than if you had to take the full time to learn English as a second or third or fourth language. So that's an example. AI can help workers become much more productive and thus increase the possibility or probability that they'll get a wage boost from that productivity. So for example, there's been lots of work on workers in call centers. And it's true that AI might diminish the number of call center workers, but it's also the case that the call center workers who remain doing that will be much more productive and be able to earn higher wages because of that productivity. So these are the kinds of things you can go kind of not only job by job, but taking the job apart and looking at tasks within jobs and ask, how is AI going to make me more productive as a worker and therefore enable me to advance in my career in ways that if I had lower levels of education might be very, very difficult.
No, I appreciate that, and it mirrors your comments that people have an opportunity, if I hear you right, to really increase their income in a way that might have been more difficult in the past. Maybe let's take the flip side, and in particular, to put a finer point on it, are there any, we hear this phrase, guardrails. Are there any guardrails, whether those be policy or others, that you especially crave for as we head into this new world?
Well, the world is changing rapidly, and I think we need to be supportive of that innovation, and at the same time, as you said, have clear guardrails. So one important issue for people is privacy, and AI developments may make it more difficult to protect one's privacy. It's already hard today, but may make it more difficult to protect one's privacy. That's an issue to worry about. We might see in the credit space an expansion, AI expanding access to credit in new and innovative ways using alternative data or existing data in new ways. But it's also the case that AI, if there aren't really good guardrails, might reinforce the biases that we already have in our society and result in worse outcomes in terms of credit access. So that's a second area that we would really need clear guardrails before you'd want a financial institution to use AI in credit decision making. Use advanced generative AI. There's obviously lots of, for 50 years, people have been using machine learning in all kinds of interesting ways, but I'm really focused now on generative AI and this latest wave of AI. So privacy is an important area, bias is an important area. A third area you can think of as values alignment. So making sure as a user or as a society, or at any level in between, that AI is acting according to the values of the individual and of society and not getting out of alignment with those values. That's an important thing that the builders of AI work on and are working on, but also we as a country, as a society, need to think about how those guardrails are reinforced and built in. There are all kinds of issues that might arise with AI and financial stability. So, for example, some uses of AI in trading, again, AI is being used in trading today, but some forms of generative AI that might be used in trading could accelerate runs, could lead to herd behavior, might result in collusion among AI machines. So it's really critical that we also have good guardrails on issues like financial stability and market integrity. So these are some of the examples.
Those all resonate. Let's pick up on something from your opening remarks, which I was really struck by, because sometimes you have a anecdotal experience and then someone delivers data that really makes the point. And what I heard you say is that people who have less education and probably less income are using some of these frontier generative AI models less. And I think you even made the point that they're seeing less effect in the way that they're using them. And that leads me to this question, which is, we see in our work that there is quite understandable mistrust of institutions, of technologies, of systems, and that can be a factor that holds people back from trying things. And so I'm curious for your thoughts on that and what you think we can do to kind of build that trust or earn the trust so we see everybody, at least getting the same chance to benefit.
Yeah, it's interesting. I do think AI has the potential to increase trust appropriately in the financial system. There are lots of careful words in that. It has the opportunity to increase that trust appropriately. So what do I mean by that? AI is a tool, and like other tools, it can be used to increase trust in inappropriate ways, for you to trust a scammer, for example. And so AI can be used for fraud. We're seeing that already, or cyber attacks. So you might inappropriately increase trust. But I'm talking about appropriately increasing trust in institutions that should be trusted and processes that should be trusted. AI might help overcome some of those trust barriers. So there is some sense in which AI can connect with and respond to individuals in a tailored, individualized way, so that the person reaching out to the AI for help is being responded to as an individual human being. And, in the same way that a one-to-one conversation with another human might help build trust, having that kind of tailored response that treats each individual for their own individual selves might also be a way to build that trust. Or I mentioned before, language can be a barrier to trust, and AI can bridge that quite readily. Well, these are just a couple examples. I know, Tim, you've spent a lot of time thinking about trust in the financial system. So, how do you think about that same set of issues?
Yeah, well, I can share a little bit of research we had a chance to do. This was really looking at banks and chatbots, but I think the lessons translate. And some of what we saw is what you already highlighted and might be common sense. People want to be sure that their data is safe. Who among us doesn't want to be sure our data is safe? We know there are bad actors out there. So that made a lot of sense. Another thing we saw, that people tend to trust technology if they trust the provider of that technology. So in this case, that was banks, and saw a very high correlation between how people felt about their bank and whether or not they trusted the technology. I think that finding probably translates to whether it's the technology firms or other financial service firms delivering the technology. But some of the things that were maybe not immediately obvious that I think are really important. People had a very high sense of whether or not the technology was useful and relevant to them. And the experience, and again, how many of us can relate to this, especially if you think about an old school chatbot? You engage and you just get something back that's just not all that helpful. I could have done that myself, or I can sense I'm in some kind of decision tree and I've been pushed to an answer. People are very perceptive about that, even if they don't have a lot of money. And they go, wow, this is not for me. So I think that's important to your point about personalization and tailoring. People need it to be useful to them. The other thing that we learned, which again, maybe surprising, maybe not, is that people need to feel that they're not being judged. And I think most of us carry some kind of complicated feelings around our finances. If we have less and we come from less money, we probably have even stronger feelings. And so I'm personally bullish that the generative AI has the conditions to create that feeling that you're not being judged. And then the last thing, which in some ways was most surprising, is people told us they want the experience of using the technology to leave them feeling more competent, feeling better and more confident about their own abilities. And I'm not sure we know exactly how to solve for that, but I think the generative AI tool set gives us more of an ability to actually help people walk away and go, I learned something, I understand something, I feel that I've had a real conversation, to your point, Michael, and that might be something we overlook. But I would love to see how we keep this part of the conversation, because it does worry me that a whole huge swath of our society won't engage with these tools for very understandable reasons, and then the advantages will just compound to those of us who are able to.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I mean, we need to see broad adoption in order for it to potentially have that positive effect that both of us have been describing. And I very much resonated with your point about individual capability. Most people want to feel empowered by the technology they use to become smarter, better, faster, stronger, whatever your definition is. And so I do think that's a potential for the tool, again, if appropriately designed and used.
And I appreciated in your remarks, you talked about the need for greater curiosity and some other, just briefly, I think a lot of us in this room who care about these issues and your long history are aware of many resources that have gone into financial education, financial capability building, and I'm sort of curious how that needs to evolve as the tools and the challenges evolve. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, well, first let me say just a word about curiosity. When young people ask me about their careers and what they should study, I spent a lot of time in academia and mentored a lot of young people. The first thing I say to them is the most important skill you have is a skill of having a sense of curiosity, because that's something you can carry with you your whole life. And if you have that, you're going to learn new skills all along the way. One of the amazing things about being here at the Federal Reserve, I know when I come to work in the morning that by the end of the day, I'm going to learn something new. That's pretty amazing. So that's the curiosity. Now, I got distracted with that. Your second question is about?
Is there something that we want to be thinking about to evolve financial capability, financial education training so that we're actually setting people up?
So I think financial education has moved already a lot over the last 30 years. It used to be the case that people, as you know, talked about financial literacy. And the model in people's head was you bring people into a classroom and you teach them a bunch of things, and then they go out and use it in the world. And over time, it became apparent that that was not the smartest way of thinking about financial education. And the field moved to effectively financial capability and empowering individuals using a moment of decision, using behavioral insights, and using some education to change outcomes. And I think AI, generative AI, will accelerate that movement in that direction, because now you can use that moment of contact and that behavioral insight in a way that is even more tailored to the particular circumstances of the individual being affected. And that makes it more likely that you'll get a better outcome. We originally started, talking about financial literacy many decades ago because we wanted better outcomes for people. And now you can get to those outcomes potentially in a more direct way.
I appreciate that, and I guess the one additional thought I'd just add is that I think, again, in this long history, out of an abundance of earnestness, often we have wanted to make sure people are equipped with all the right facts and knowledge, and we've learned that's not enough. And I think one frontier we want to be thinking about is a little bit what we talked about just a minute ago. We need people to both have the basis to be confident and to build that confidence in their own ability to navigate. And that's really tricky. I'm not sure exactly we know how to do it, but I think putting that on the agenda, you and I talked a little bit about this. We do a lot of work trying to support people who want to become investors for the first time. And through that, we learned that one thing they'll say if you sit long enough is, I know what to do, and I actually have a little bit of money, and I know what tool to access, but I still don't feel like I belong in that world. And those kinds of subjective realities are invisible barriers, and I think we want to figure out how we make progress on those. If I could shift, we're thinking, at least in our shop, and I think you do too, a lot about the lived financial lives of people who don't earn a lot of money. And one thing that just comes up over and over again is kind of having a little bit of slack of just making it through the week or the month. And do you have any thoughts about what role generative AI can play in increasing that slack for folks?
It's a great question. I wrote a book about this topic back in 2012 called No Slack, The Financial Lives of Low-Income Americans. And the reason I wrote that book is because I had seen the lived experiences of low-income people who were really smart and were hardworking and were just trying to juggle in an impossible way their income and expenses. And that lack of slack made it much more likely that a small problem would lead to a big one. And more broadly, Sendhil Mullainathan and Eldar Shafir wrote a book a few years back called Scarcity, where they explore that concept not only for people who don't have any money and therefore don't have financial slack, but people who have scarcity of other kinds. So you can have a scarcity in time and therefore not be able to do the things that you need to do. Or you can have a scarcity of focus. There's only so much that we can focus on at any given time, and you may need to focus on one set of issues and therefore be blindsided by a problem that comes up. So AI could help with those kinds of scarcities. So on the financial side, AI could help individuals better plan, better anticipate problems in the future, and therefore be better able to insure against those difficulties, whether through savings or through insurance or through credit, to smooth through those difficulties. So AI might be sort of an Uber budgeting tool for low-income people. It could turn out that AI changes the financial slack people have directly by giving them an outlet to be more productive and therefore to earn higher income and therefore to be less stressed in the lives that they live. And AI might help also in the scarcity of time and of focus. So if you have scarce time and focus and you're really focused appropriately on doing your job, for example, as an auto mechanic, you don't have much time to think about these other things. Well, AI can be doing that work for you. While you're doing your day job, it's doing its job of paying attention to this financial issue you're worried about and spending time solving that issue. So it really can help with, I think, all three kinds of scarcities we've been talking about. And I know you've also been, working on this for 25 years. So, like, how do you think about it?
I love all three of those, and one additional I'd nominate is I think there's something about perspective that can be really hard for all of us, and whether it's scarcity or your own research or just simple intuition, when we're under stress, our worlds get smaller and closer and more immediate. And at least in theory, this technology offers a way in a non-judgmental, private space to zoom out and think about the whole arc of your financial life. And that sounds a little abstract, so I'm not sure we know how to operationalize it yet. But even a question like adding to your income and being able to instantly model what that will mean for your future, or I was having this conversation with somebody recently who was saying, I think if you want to remember there are families that have never had certain opportunities, and if you say to parents, if you do this, and you do this, and you do this over this period of time, your child could have enough for a down payment by the time they're 25. Like, think how motivating and how horizon opening that could be. And now we have the tools to actually back that up with a concrete set of actions and steps, and to model it out and to place it in context and pressure test it if these things happen. And we got to figure out how to make that work for people at a sort of user experience level. But it is exciting to think about the chance to help people zoom out and think in that way, I would argue. Yeah. Can we, let's switch gears and we're here at the Fed, and you all have such an important role in thinking about the welfare of the entire economy. Let's talk just a little bit about crises and shocks. In my own very limited experience as just a person and a student, the irony of shocks is that they're going to come, right? But you don't know when, you don't know exactly what, you don't know how this one will be a little bit different than the last one. But when we think about this lens of people who don't have a lot of money, what keeps you up at night, or what are the things that you think we should be preparing for, and how does generative AI in particular potentially change that? And I know you spoke to some of it in your remarks, but I just wanted to give you another shot at it if you're game.
Well, one of the things when we're looking at the financial system as a whole, one of the things that we do is we try and focus on the vulnerabilities in the financial system, because we don't know quite where our shock is going to come from. And I think the same is true for households. So if households have enough resilience to withstand the kind of shocks that are in the normal range of shocks that people experience, your car breaks down, you need new tires, things like that. You don't know which of these shocks is going to hit you, but some of them will over some period of time. So if we focus on resiliency and reducing the vulnerability of low and moderate income households, that's a way of addressing the fact that any individual household doesn't know what shocks are going to hit them.
I appreciate that. That sounds in some abstract way like insurance, right? Like to look at the risks. We're going to open it up to questions in a minute or two, so I just want to plant that seed. But I want to go back to something that you said in your opening remarks that I think is really, really important and maybe easily overlooked. You said something about our shared values, right? And also in the alignment question of wanting, and that strikes me as really foundational. I think in any pluralistic society, we're never going to have, just one set of values. But in this conversation about financial inclusion, what strikes me is that in some ways, financial inclusion is an input. It's a status. And what we really want to get to is what's the shared outcome that we want. And I'll put my cards on the table. I want to live in an economy in a country where most of us have enough, where we have stability, where we can show up fully in our households, in our workplaces, in our communities, in our civic life. Do you have any thoughts? And I realize this may be at the edge of what's inside our mandate, but how do we work towards a common set of values of what we want for households and for our economy?
Well, let me just say, I think on many issues, it's not as hard as you think. So I think most people would say what you said is an expression of American values. That we want, that's what the American dream means, is we want people to be able to live a better life, to advance themselves and their children. And I think you'll find many people who don't think that that's possible, but not many people who don't think that we should try. So I think there are a lot of shared values in this space that we can build upon. I'm not saying that as a country we don't have lots of difficult issues, but in this basic idea that we want people to have the opportunity to get ahead and make a better life for themselves and their children, you're going to get broad agreement on that goal. And so let's work together to use AI and other tools to advance that basic value.
I appreciate that distinction, that we can have a shared sense of what the future looks like, even if we have different senses of how to get there. And I hope that's something maybe that we all can walk away with in our respective domains, is to keep coming back to where that common vision of the future is. I guess as we kind of work towards the end here, one thing that I think maybe you and I have talked a little bit about, but it's this idea that with really revolutionary new tools or technologies, part of the challenge is to have the imagination to figure out what they can do, right? I'm not sure I'm doing justice to this, but I think it was Henry Ford who said something like, if you'd asked people how to, would they like a better transportation, they would have said, I just want a stronger horse, not a car, right? So I'm curious for your thoughts on that. Where are the places, and I get the paradox of asking you to imagine what we can't imagine, but where are the places where there might be more possibility than we're seeing today in terms of either the consumer's use of the tools or at a more macro level?
So, again, I think the most important thing there is what you said, which is we don't know. So we just have to be open, having that openness, having that sense of curiosity. I remember when my youngest son was young, he said to me something that I didn't understand at the time, which is, I want to be a social media influencer. That's going to be my career. And I didn't quite say it this way, but I basically, intimated that was the stupidest thing I had ever heard. And then I went back the next day and I apologized to him because I realized that I don't know anything about that world. It could be that that's the best thing that he could do, that he'd have a lot of fun doing and be good at it. And so I think openness and curiosity are the answer to that question. So if you think of an idea and you wonder whether it might work or not, well, let's try it out.
I love that. So if anybody would like to raise a question, please raise your hand. I think we must have some folks who have a microphone. Let me ask you this, Michael, and this is an unfair question, so feel free to take a pass. But what is the wildest use of generative AI that you've just come across in your own life? And I'll give you a minute to think.
Well, here at the Federal Reserve, we don't believe in wild anything.
Wild isn't part of the vocabulary.
We do button-down use of AI according to our governance and controls.
Well, then I'll share this one in case it warms anything up for you. But by the way, how did it work out with your son? Is he a social media influencer?
He's not a social media influencer.
Okay. But he had the opportunity to try that on and think about it. I met somebody recently who explained, this was a very accomplished person, that they were now recording all of their psychotherapy, and they were feeding all of that into a bot, and they were using the technology as a sort of a interim when their actual human being therapist was not available, and that they found this incredibly productive. They could wake up every morning, share everything they were thinking about, get it added to their, and I thought, I never would have thought of that, so.
Yeah, that would not be on my list.
Fantastic. Are there any questions? In the back.
I'm coming. Thank you. I'm Kate Hyun from the Boston Fed. In the opening remarks, you said that there have been improvements in financial inclusion field. So I wanted to ask, which one of those are you most impressed with, and which one are you most concerned might be undermined by developments in AI?
Well, I think broadly speaking, this is a work in progress, but broadly speaking, over the last 30 years, there has been more attention paid by the financial services sector to developing products and services that could meet the needs of low and moderate income households. That's a very broad statement, but that's over the sweep of the last 30 years. That general movement has been positive and I think needs to continue. Like, imagine a world in which financial institutions structured their products in the first instance with intentionality to serve low and moderate income people, and then thought about how it could be adapted to rich people. That would be huge, right? It would be a big change in our society. So I think the closer that we can get towards that goal, the better off we will be at improving financial inclusion. I think AI can help with that, again, if used properly, by helping design products at a cheaper cost and monitor those products and their usage at a cheaper cost using more data. So many of you in this room are working on financial health metrics. I think AI can help advance financial health metrics both in terms of data and in terms of modeling, and can then tailor the output from that to particular product design that could better serve low and moderate income people.
And I would just tag on and say, tell me if you agree, one thing we've seen over the last couple of decades is the number of stakeholders and sectors that are playing some role in this work has really expanded. Employers are playing a role today that they did not play at one time. The industries that sit behind employers, the retirement record keepers, the payroll firms, these are really powerful players that weren't necessarily involved. And even, I would say, state and local government plays a role, everything from organizing efforts to make sure people claim tax credits to city-based financial coaching efforts. So I think one measure is kind of who's taken up the work, and we can be proud of that. All right, why don't we close with this, Michael? What are the sort of the number one or two or three takeaways that you just really want to make sure that all of us walk out with and maybe pass on to others that we work with?
Well, I'll just say one. It is possible that generative AI can help overcome inequality in our society and help promote financial inclusion, but only if we decide to do that with intentionality and purpose.
I love that and fully agree. And I would just, I guess maybe I'll add to it, elevating what you pointed out. There's a real risk that in our efforts to be good consumer advocates or to be cautious, that we find that we are discouraging people from the curiosity and the engagement that is probably the price of entry of participating in the revolution or
revolution, maybe not quite the right word, but the profound change that's happening around us. And when you meet folks who are using these tools in incredibly novel ways, I think we want to make sure that everybody has at least the opportunity to engage and figure out what they can do for themselves. I hope all of you will join me in thanking Governor Barr for making time for this conversation.
Thank you all.
All right, thank you, Governor Barr and Tim, for that one of the more inspiring conversations about AI I've heard recently, and also sobering at the same time. We're going to shift to our first panel, continuing the discussion about AI. And as Governor Barr mentioned up front, we are fortunate to have multiple board members join us today, and I will introduce our moderator, who is going to be Governor Lisa Cook. I will briefly introduce her, and then she'll come up, and then she will introduce the panel, and we'll get things started. For those of you who don't know her, Governor Lisa Cook became a member of the Board of Governors in 2022, and prior to her appointment to the board, she was a professor of economics and international relations at Michigan State University. From 2018 to 2021, she was the director of the American Economic Association Summer Training Program, and she was also a research associate at the National Bureau of Economic Research, or NBER. Previously, Governor Cook was on the faculty of Harvard University's Kennedy School of Government. During her time at Harvard, she also served as Deputy Director for Africa Research at the Center for International Development. Before then, she was a National Fellow at Stanford University. From 2011 to 2012, Governor Cook served as a senior economist on the Council of Economic Advisors, and from 2000 to 2001, she served as a senior advisor on finance and development in the U.S. Department of Treasury's Office of International Affairs. Governor Cook is also one of our in-house experts on all things AI, so we're very fortunate to have her in this role. She has traveled wide and far and engaged with a variety of stakeholders on this topic, particularly Silicon Valley, but across the country and the world. Again, we're very fortunate to have her in this role. I'm very excited to continue our discussion of AI and financial inclusion with her, and we will let her introduce the panel. Thank you, Governor Cook. Yeah.
Thank you, David. Good afternoon. Thank you, Governor Barr and Tim, for your insights. Our panel turns to one of the most consequential forces reshaping the economic landscape, artificial intelligence. We will explore AI's promise and risks for financial inclusion as this technology spreads through our financial system. As a Fed governor, I care deeply about financial inclusion because it connects directly to our dual mandate. When people have access to affordable credit, saving tools, and sound financial advice, they can participate more fully in the economy. The topic of AI and financial inclusion is central to my work at the Fed. As an FOMC member setting monetary policy, as chair of the Financial Stability Committee, and as a member of the Committee on Consumer and Community Affairs. The speed of AI adoption is remarkable. In our most recent small business credit survey, nearly half of small employer firms reported using AI, and 71% saw increased productivity. But we are still in the earliest stages of understanding how AI will reshape financial services. I am optimistic about AI's potential to demystify sophisticated financial tools. Around here at the Fed, I've been told I am too optimistic, but I'll take that. Historically, personalized financial advice and wealth management were available mainly to those who could afford them. AI could make high-quality financial guidance accessible to everyone, regardless of income or wealth. But I have been asking hard questions about AI for several years before coming to the board, and we need to continue to ask hard questions. What happens when AI tools fail? Who is accountable? How do we ensure AI does not perpetuate existing biases in lending? How do we protect consumers' data? Are the benefits reaching communities who need them the most? Every general purpose technology, from the steam engine to the internet, has brought opportunities and disruptions. My research on innovation has shown that when access to new technologies is equitable and appropriate guardrails exist, society benefits broadly. Today we'll cover how consumers use AI for financial advice, how institutions deploy these tools, and which risks we need to mitigate. I'm eager to hear from our panelists about the remarkable possibilities and real challenges. First, allow me to introduce them. Starting to my immediate left, we have Sanjay Subramanian, who leads PwC's Technology Alliance with Anthropic and the firm's Global AI Analyst Relations practice. With over 25 years of experience, he helps large organizations put emerging technology to work. Sanjay will ground us in practical, real-world applications of AI in business and banking today. Laura Blattner is head of Impact at the bike shop at MIT. Now, you know, when I saw this, I got so excited because I used to live in Cambridge. When I was at Harvard, I had a bicycle, and all those bike shops were closing. So I thought, finally, one is opening. Okay. And apparently, this bike shop in Cambridge is elusive because this one is the bike shop at MIT, an applied AI lab. Still have to keep looking for them. And she advises philanthropic funders on evaluation standards for AI products serving low-income Americans. Formerly a professor of finance at Stanford GSB, Laura brings the academic rigor we need to understand AI's deeper implications for financial inclusion. And then we have Sarah Willis-Airtour. Sarah is Executive Vice President at SaverLife, a nonprofit financial technology company. SaverLife has developed an AI-powered navigator tool to democratize personalized financial guidance. Sarah will help us understand how AI can serve consumers who need better financial tools the most. Thanks to each of you for being here today. Laura, let me start with you. So the Bike Shop Research Lab pairs behavioral science with AI research, which is unusual. Why does behavioral science add when we think about AI and financial inclusion? What does it add?
Thanks, Lisa. Excited to be part of the panel today. So I like to say I keep a running list of AI products that you should not build. And at the lab, at the bike shop, we work with a lot of organizations helping them test and prototype AI tools. And when these products fail, it has usually very little to do with the technology, but everything to do with how we designed the product. Because ultimately what we're trying to do is we want to change behavior, right? We want to help people make better financial decisions, better education decisions, better health decisions. But it turns out changing behavior is really, really hard. So let me just give you one example of that from an organization we're currently working with. So this is a financial counseling organization that helps low-income workers. And when you look at the calls these counselors have with their clients, what strikes you is that, maybe 20 minutes out of a 30-minute call is being spent on intake. Tell me about your spending. Why are you spending that much on a hairdresser? Tell me about your income. And so the first thought you might have, well, that seems pretty inefficient. Can we just outsource that to an AI bot? Can we just have you talk to an AI and then the financial counselor, gets the perfect summary and already knows what's going on when they pick up the phone and talk to you? But let's flip that. So imagine you are the person talking to the counselor, and this organization you've never heard of is asking you to talk to this AI bot that's asking you very intimate questions about your financial life. Why should you trust that thing? Why should you spend your valuable, scarce time on interacting with this AI tool? And so we quickly realized that that's not the way to go. In fact, the organization already has an intake flow that almost nobody uses when they first come into this counseling conversation. So what we're building instead is a tool that helps with intake once the counselor and the client are live on a call. So once the counselor had a chance to actually establish that trust, show the client what they can get out of the session, then it becomes very natural for a client to say, okay, yes, I want to give you my bank statements, my credit card statements. I want to tell you about my financial life. And at that point, we plug in the AI to help us crunch the numbers, digest in real time what the client is providing, and then flagging those places where the client and the coach can really dig in and figure out what's going on. And so what this and many examples we have seen at the bike shop have in common is that if we want to truly change behavior, we need to figure out what stands between a person and a better decision. And if that's not, like a pure information problem, but something about an underlying fear or worry or some emotional barrier, then actually building a standalone AI tool is probably just going to be an expensive build that nobody uses. And just to tell you why we call it the bike shop is because we believe that the way we should be leveraging AI is actually by augmenting what a human can do. So, for example, augmenting what one of those financial counselors can do when they have a conversation with the client.
That was really smart, Laura, because when I saw a bike shop, I got this warm, cuddly feeling. So thank you all for being thoughtful about that. Sarah, what are you learning about how low and moderate income households are actually using AI for financial decision making? Are there any surprises in the types of questions they're asking?
There are many surprises, Governor Cook. And by the way, we not only share your optimism in the potential here, but we're also seeing it real time. So for those of you that don't know Save Your Life, which I find are not that many recently, we've historically focused on building savings and financial security across a really wide range of low to moderate income consumers. We're across all 50 states, we're digital, 800,000 members to date. So pretty large swath. And when we started to think about where AI can benefit our members, the number one challenge that we saw our members facing, in addition to all of the things that you economists and researchers know well, like affordability and cost of living and inequality, was the complexity of financial decision making. The constant nature of decisions, whether it's consequential, like where to go to school, how much student debt to take out, or it could seem really minor because life threw you a curveball and you don't know how to pay for your father's funeral expenses, right? And so these decisions don't come with a user manual. And even if one could exist, people aren't going to be able to have the time and the fortune to review that manual. And so when we deployed this, we call it a navigator, this tool across our membership, we saw a number of really surprising things. So Laura, you touched on trust. This is interesting, and Tim mentioned that consumers are more likely to trust potentially AI based on the provider it's coming from. Save Your Life's a nonprofit. We've been around a long time. We have a really deep relationship with our members. So when we launched the MVP of this tool, not a single member, again, noting they were a highly engaged subset of our membership, opted out of the personalization that we were offering. So we asked them, would you like us to pull in your transaction data? Would you like us to pull in your goals that you've given us during onboarding? Would you like us to analyze how you've used our app in the past, what type of articles you've read, what type of actions you've taken? And no one opted out. So that was really interesting. Secondly, we noticed that people were coming back repeatedly, not just for the one-off kind of question, and that the questions that they were asking the AI navigator were not, basic financial literacy questions that are, something you can Google or you can ask your parents about. They were, hey, I'm in this situation. Maybe it's debt. Maybe I'd like to buy my first home. And I want to know what to do next. I don't want 10 different recommendations that I could do. I want the AI to do the heavy lifting for me and give me that one next step. And so that's what we've tried to build with this navigator, is to really streamline the complexity, give them the one next best step. And interestingly enough, that is yielding significant results in terms of likelihood to act. So for those that received an AI-generated recommendation, they're 10 times more likely to take up that recommendation. In this test case, it was referral to a credit counselor, like a Green Path or an MMI type entity. And I know, this is the crux of the matter when you're talking about matters of stigma and shame, which debt brings a lot of that. People are usually likely to kind of put their head in the sand as opposed to take action. So that's been really, really fascinating to see the uptake. And then our core outcomes that we've always been seeing with our kind of one-size-fits-all model, now with AI, are accelerated. So people are saving more, $200 median increase in savings prior 3 months without using the AI navigator. And they're depositing, about half of them are depositing over $500. And so, again, the famous $400 Fed kind of rallying cry of the sector, we're seeing people overcome that barrier through some really personalized, actionable, and empathetic support.
Yeah, that's fascinating. You work directly with, Sanjay, we're turning to you. You work directly with the teams building today's frontier AI. What can these systems now reliably do with someone's money, and where does the hype still outrun reality when it comes to financial inclusion in particular?
It's a great question. I think, I was thinking of the comment that Tim had made and Governor Barr talked about in terms of people have the need to feel competent. They want to feel they're more knowledgeable at the end. And so I was, when I think about myself, I spent the weekend, I was helping my dad with his finances, and I was able to build something to teach him, not only to understand him as a person, the questions he had to deal with, but also help him understand why, understand where those sources were coming from so he could independently research and validate it, and then to understand what his options were and what the impacts of those were. Because my goal was to help him feel confident and competent and not undermine him and suddenly become the father to the son right in that moment. So how do I do that in a thoughtful way? But then at the same time, I'm thinking about, and so one of the greatest things that you've seen today is the ability to teach and to coach. But I'm able to do that because of my life experiences and what I'm able to do. So how does someone who doesn't have that experience know the questions to ask, know that what they're getting back is valid? And I think that's where I think there is increasing focus from a lot of the technology companies to make that more transparent, to help educate, and to make the ability to teach and help people understand something that is much more democratized. I'm seeing that with a lot of the frontier companies that I'm working with that are trying to help people understand how to minimize that digital divide that we're seeing, right? There is a lot to do in that space, right? Those that aren't doing a good job don't focus on that. They focus on the marketing. They focus on what looks good. They focus on what works in a demo. But it doesn't work for that edge case. It doesn't work that 10th time or that 20th time, and they don't follow the answers, right? So I just think that was so well put. People want to feel competent. They want to feel in control. And then once you have that, we've got these devices on it. We all have our devices. We have the technological access. We don't have the knowledge to know how to use it in the most thoughtful way. Once we do that, that's going to unlock a lot of inclusion.
So it's interesting. I hear all three of you saying some version of information is power, and you can empower people not by telling them what to do, but by giving them the options and letting them use what is uniquely human. And that's the decision-making capacity. That's what I'm hearing. Yes. And that can be empowering. That's great to hear. So I'd like to ask a question to the entire panel. So I'd like all of your views for this next question, the perspective of the work that you're doing is fascinating. How have you seen AI benefit consumers in the context of financial services? You want to start, Sanjay?
I think we talked about education. I think also, and you're living this in a day-to-day basis, is that the old financial system was not built for the educators. It was built. It was a great analogy that I heard the other day. It was sort of this. Imagine a world in which you have every person goes through multiple choice questions. As long as you could answer A, B, C, or D, you could fit into that system. But if you didn't, you couldn't fit into that system. Right? And so now with the alternative data that was talked about and looking at alternative ways of measuring a person, the generative AI is built and LLMs are built to understand the messy, the complicated, and piece together something unique about the context of someone's life and what they need, and then to make recommendations as a result of that. Suddenly there's a price point that allows that to happen in a thoughtful way. So that's why you're seeing a lot more products that are there. So I think the economics that we're seeing is not just about access. It's also allowing markets to open up and people to be touched in a different way that they weren't before. And you're seeing that, right, in the work that you're doing.
Yeah, absolutely. I think to take it even further, the onus now is back on the provider, so to speak, where it always should have been, frankly. Less so, okay, we're going to help educate consumers to navigate this entirely, somewhat unnecessarily complex system that we've built up. As Governor Barr said, designed around usually more affluent customers. And so now, I think in order to remain competitive and also think about lifetime value of a customer and kind of increasingly what consumers are going to expect from financial service providers will be to design around lower income use cases and in a way that the kind of augmentation of AI to assist with their kind of confidence, guide them to the right direction, combined with kind of products and services that truly meet their needs is going to be more of the winning fit. And in institutions themselves, SaverLife, we're quite small, but we can see when people have negative balance events, right? And unfortunately, it's on the rise. Take a large bank, any number of the top 3, they can see this data on the back end. Obviously, we've had the machine learning capabilities all along, but what would it look like if we proactively talk to our customers, right? Say like, okay, it looks like you've recently had a loss of income, right? How can we help? I know some of they're not fintechs, neobanks, not banks, but tech companies, I won't name names, are doing this, right? And I think that is the big opportunity here is like providers have access to this data if only the business case and incentives can be organized around what is ultimately best for the consumer. But unfortunately, I think that's actually the hill that we still face.
Okay. How about you, Sarah? Laura?
So I think where I am most excited about the impact of AI is bringing the expertise that currently lives in the heads of very few people to a lot more people. So Sarah mentioned MMI, and let me give you another example of something we're working on. So MMI provides these debt management plans, right? Help people pay back some of their unsecured debt by lowering payments. And one of the challenges they see that a lot of folks who should be eligible and who we think would benefit from this don't actually make it through and sign up. And so what we noticed working with them is that there's a few debt counselors who are somehow amazing at addressing these fears, working with a client, talking about why the influencer on TikTok didn't get it right. And they really managed to convert people and have them sign up to these plans who the people then successfully complete. And so we wanted to know, can we learn what these outstanding counselors are doing? And can we help every other counselor adopt these very same techniques? So we were able to find in the large corpus of calls that MMI has already recorded, find instances of specific behavior that really seems to work. A specific phrasing of how to address a client's fear, a specific way of connecting to them about their past history. And then right now we're building a tool that takes those insights and uses AI to find opportunities in conversations to apply these kinds of tricks and tips, and surfaces that through an application to every other counselor in the organization. So I think that's a great example of taking something that is in the heads of a few people and making that knowledge, making that skill available to a lot more people to successfully apply.
So it's empirically based. Really is empirically based. So that is connected to my next question for you, Laura. It's easy to build an AI model that gives financial advice. It's hard to know whether the advice is good. How do you close that gap? Is this the way you close that gap, by depending on empirical evidence?
Absolutely. So I live in San Francisco, and all our highway billboards have been taken over by various AI companies. But there's one near the Bay Bridge I actually like, and I'll rephrase it for the purpose of the answer, which is, without evals, your AI financial advisor is just expensive advice trained on Reddit. So the work at the lab we're doing right now is helping organizations build these applied AI evaluations, or in the billboard lingo, we call them evals. And evals are very different from two other things I see a lot of people spending effort on. One, just these benchmarks, right? You may have seen these leaderboards. Think of these as standardized tests about, can our LLM answer basic financial literacy questions correctly? And then the other one is sort of the kind of impact evaluation, where one group has the AI, one group doesn't. Does the person with the AI tool do better 12 months later? Both of these are very useful, but neither of them really helps you close that gap, build that better AI product. And so let me give you just an example of what this applied eval thing would look like if, let's say, we were building that AI financial advisor. So the first thing it needs to do, it needs to actually talk to you and learn about your financial life. So the first metric, or the first eval I might want to build, is say, how good is it at doing that? So I might create a couple hundred use cases or user cases from the actual users I'm trying to serve, and say, okay, how well does the AI do when talking to that person and actually getting all of the relevant information? And how many questions does it take to get there, right? If my AI is going to ask you 150 questions, I've already lost you. So those might be my first couple evals. How well does the tool do at actually asking you questions efficiently? And then once the tool has all that information, I'm going to ask, how well does it do, to Sarah's point, about reasoning about that information, right? Like, what's the actual thing you should be doing? Not just 10 recommendations, like a single recommendation. So I might be building, again, a separate set of test cases that are deliberately made to be quite difficult. So maybe I have one case where increasing your 401k contribution limit is absolutely the right idea. And then a similar looking case where the person looks like they should be increasing that 401k contribution, but actually they just mentioned that their car is likely going to need major repairs, and you can see that they don't have the cash flow to pay for that. So likely they would be running up credit card debt if they were to now increase their 401k contribution. So that would be a case where you would not want the AI to recommend increasing that contribution. So again, you would construct very real cases like that, and you would ask, can the AI successfully reason relative to what an experienced human financial advisor would do? Can the AI match that recommendation? And so you would build a whole stack of metrics that we would call evals that allow you to actually query your product repeatedly and figure out how well is it doing on all of these various capabilities you want it to have. And that allows you to both test and improve your product iteratively.
So that's really interesting. So what about reliability? So you have these AI models that are interactive and they're learning and they're giving advice, but one of the issues is doing that consistently. So how do you make sure that these tools are reliable? Using the framework that you just articulated.
Again, I would say it's an iterative process, right? So think of it as you become more trusting of your product, you see it interact with more and more users, you can start slowly pulling back the guardrails. Think of it like we test new drugs, right? When we first develop a new drug, we have no idea how this thing is going to do when given to real people. So we give it to a very small number of people and we very closely monitor what happens. And as we start becoming more confident that this thing isn't having any bad side effects, we start to slowly increase the number of people that we're willing to test it with. And so I think something similar is what we would recommend. Start with a very small controlled experimental setting where you can really check almost every case. Then as you start becoming more confident that it's relatively reliable, you can start automating some of these monitors, right? I just talked about these applied evals. And you can have humans maybe look at some targeted cases that you're particularly worried about. And if you're still seeing good, reliable performance, you can increase the user pool and even pull back further the monitors you have to rely on. So again, think of it as we learn by doing, because fundamentally, we have no clue about the reliability properties of these models. So the only hope we have is try and build as many empirical evaluation tests that we can run live on the product, and then be very disciplined about growing our user base and how we're monitoring and testing the ongoing performance of the tool.
If I can, I just want to ask one quick question. When you say that you're using behavioral science, are you mainly using behavioral economics, or are you reaching out into other fields?
I think we want to bring the insights from whichever field that helps us build better products.
Sure.
And so I think we have learned a lot from behavioral economics in the last couple of decades about how to design successful interventions that we believe we can bring to building AI interventions and AI tools. But if there is a smart insight from another field, I think we should learn, and we should be open to any insight that we think is going to move the quality bar for everybody.
Okay, so you hit the daily double. Economists can't be trusted with everything. We can't be trusted all the time. We do need to reach deeply into other fields. So you win. It was a rhetorical question.
I was wondering that.
I was going to say that there is, just feeding off of what Laura, painted a very clear and consistent picture in terms of how to think about this. One of the things we're seeing is there's an ability right now, like, so for example, in that farmer model, in order to reduce time to value of creating synthetic data and basically looking through and sort of saying, where do I start? Like, where are the places where I think I can reduce costs and really focus and get something out there quickly? So similarly, you can create these use cases. And we're seeing this, the ability to create tens of thousands of edge cases and seeing where they would fail, creating automatic evaluators and trying to have different perspectives. You could have, like, what is a good plan? You could have someone who's looking at it purely from a tax perspective and saying this is good or bad from a tax perspective. Purely from hey, I want high growth. Someone saying, well, no, wait a second, you want to be a bit more conservative here because you want to make it through those tough moments where you need to replace your car tire, right? And so you can run all of those different scenarios, and then you can start to focus on, I think this is where I want to get things done right. So there's the human in the loop, which is key.
Right.
There is back testing against existing use cases where you're comfortable with the answers, which is key. But it's also situations change, data change, models change over time, and there is drift. So it's very important to continually have also automatic valuation and transparency as you go through this.
You're going to say something, sir?
Yeah, I was going to add, well, first of all, it sounds like, Laura, as you described the best approach here, I was feeling like, okay, our engineering team and our product team have done right by this. These are all words I hear all the time. I don't necessarily always understand what evals mean, but thanks for clarifying. We too also came at this from an overly cautious perspective. Even though we're not making lending decisions, which I know tends to be the trickiest area to apply AI, we didn't want, we took it one step beyond do no harm and said, we're only allowing the model to pull from really trusted sources at first.
Right.
It still is only pulling from trusted sources, but we're like slowly ungating it because again, it's this tension of like, you limit it too much, is it going to be valuable? If you let it go wild, which nothing wild happening in this building, then again, negative things can happen. So one of the things I was gonna say is, while we're kind of thinking about the use cases around kind of the financial health outcomes that we're all striving to move forward, the use cases are just like expansive beyond that, right? Whether it's public benefits, it's thinking about where to choose your college degree, which student debt to take out of, how to even prepare yourself mentally before walking into the financing office when you're buying a car.
Oh, yeah.
For anyone who's done that, that is like scary moment. And so we often think about this concept of like, okay, how can AI be a bridge to humans as well? And so like, it's enhancing, I like what you said, Laura, enhancing judgment, not replacing it, right? I don't think we'll do ourselves any favor by replacing human judgment and agency. And so
Depends on the human.
depends on the human. Exactly.
In
Yeah.
general.
Yes.
In general.
In general.
Yeah.
In general. So that's really interesting because we can certainly think of different tools that could be helpful. I mean, the example that you bring up, Carby, has a large literature in economics, and basically I've decided to outsource car buying to somebody else like Costco. Right. So that's the suggestion.
Yeah.
That's a recommendation because I'm going to, there's a dollar value put on how much I would lose if I were to do it myself. And I know I know what kind of trouble I would get in if I were bargaining for a car. So outsourcing it is absolutely the best thing. So that's right, it does depend on the human, absolutely. But the car buying example, I think, is really instructive. So Sarah, let's turn to you. So you emphasize designing AI to support consumers rather than replace their judgment for high-stakes financial decisions. Have you approached responsible AI and guardrails while building the financial navigator?
Yeah, I was touching on this a little bit, but for every opportunity there is out there to make economic mobility gains, there's probably 10x opportunities to also see backsliding and to take risks that you're not even aware of. Right now, if you've been in the conversations, which I'm sure you're hearing, like sports betting, prediction markets, other things that sound like gambling are extremely prevalent and being built in a way that is like riding on the existing rails of the financial sector. And so when we've thought about our AI navigator, we don't want to like discount someone's idea, right? If they're asking the robot about crypto or sports betting or prediction markets, but what we try to do is redirect. We try and go back to like, okay, you told us your goal was to buy a home or whatever they have told us, and try and kind of get them back to kind of like a low-risk, personalized approach for them. But this is really tricky because you also don't want to, like, again, I'm of the mindset, we don't want to be too paternalistic ever, right? Like humans should also, we should balance the consumer protection with kind of the opportunities in AI. The other thing that we're thinking about a lot is over the years, there's been this business model kind of creeping in around like, take NerdWallet, what perhaps used to be more of just like a trusted source of comparisons and information, now feels a little bit more like, okay, I'm being pushed into these products and they're benefiting financially. And so at SaverLife, we're really careful not to take, even though it's attractive, there's potential revenue to be had, we're really careful not to take on any referral partners where it's going to potentially compromise why we would recommend something to one of our members. And so we're constantly vetting and rethinking our evaluation frameworks for what is actually going to be helpful for a low to moderate income audience. And so it extends beyond just the AI navigator and kind of who we partner with and how we think about passing them on to other organizations.
So one thing I hear you three saying too is that the iterative process is absolutely fundamental. I mean, the testing, certainly I was saying to you all when I was, when we had an earlier conversation, the thing that I absolutely hate, because I have to interact with these AI tools all the time, is the lack of testing. And just sort of, and this isn't even for low and moderate income users specifically, but the care that's taken is appreciated. And I'd like to just say, I mentioned the name of a car buying service. That was not meant to be product placement. So, you know, we are here at the Fed. So a generic car buying service. So let me clean that up. Okay, so Sarah, beyond engagement, what early evidence are you seeing that personalized AI guidance may be influencing financial behaviors or outcomes?
Yeah, so as I was saying, early results are really promising. We have, of our broader member population, we have 50,000 active users on this navigator, so pretty sizable. They're linking their accounts at greater rates, so we enable them to link their bank accounts, savings accounts. Now we're onboarding liability. So we'll have a viewpoint into their debt profiles. And like I said, our bread and butter outcomes that SaverLife has been known for are just accelerating. It's faster, they're saving more. And again, we're not saying keep the savings because it's there for a reason, right? And we're also seeing, like I said, an increased willingness to share their not only their stories with us through our advocacy panels and our surveys. By the way, when we open surveys, we have to shut them down within like 24 hours because people are so eager to share their experiences with us. And then we can act as a megaphone. So high engagement.
We need those survey respondents over at BLS.
We incentivize.
Eager to answer a survey? Oh, man.
Right? Yeah. Well, we incentivize them. So like that goes back to the AI navigator, right? Like money speaks. So like 40% of the chat engagement that we're seeing ties back to how do I increase my income? So that kind of gives you a sense of like the motivation behind jumping into, but I also am not that pessimistic that it's just about money. I think people genuinely feel like if I can share my experiences, maybe it's going to translate to better, you know, policy outcomes or different ways products and services being designed. So I think the bottom line for us that we've proven out in these early days is when you design, whether it's a product, service, or in our case, an AI guidance bot, if you design it with people's ambition, it reflects their realities, where they're at in life, they're much more likely to take action, right? It's not a failed endeavor or a wasted effort. To Laura's comment, like, don't build it because it's just not going to do much. So if you build it anchored in the reality and the need, again, this is kind of product 101, but like, you'd be surprised how often it's not happening. So really promising results, more to come from Save Your Life. Yeah.
There's a question that I'd like to ask the three of you, but before I do that, one common question about how your lessons apply to potentially other organizations. But Sanjay, before we run out of time, I'd like to ask you one first. So you sit to close to where capital flows, including private equity, are. Products for underserved communities have always been hard to fund because the economics were thin. Or people, let me be more careful about that. The traditional way these are measured might be thin, right? Is AI really changing which products get built for these customers, or just making the old ones cheaper to run?
Both. I think there's AI has, and cost has, it's going to have, there's an efficiency play to that, but then there's also an access play. So the reality is, if it costs you on average for every $100 of time and effort it gets to spend on acquiring and maintaining a customer, if you only make $40, you're not going to have that product. So there's a little bit of that's there. I think the comments that were made earlier about alternative data that can now be analyzed now can create a much more complete picture, or a different picture of someone who has irregular income, right? Who maybe pays their utility bill on time all the time, or has their phone bill all the time, but doesn't have a house, doesn't have all these traditional methods, but now can get access to the right types of financial products. Absolutely is something that's more there. And I think there is much more of, I think it also links into this whole concept of trust. You're seeing a lot of these companies trying to go straight to the consumer, to consumers that they wouldn't have tackled before, because now they are capable of doing that. And I also think it's not just a cost thing, but everything we've talked about, there is whether we like it or not, there's a trust problem in this country in general. Right, whatever talk, people, there's a lack of trust in institutions, in people, in 101 different things, and if we can, as Laura said, provide information that's sitting in the heads of so many people into the hands of the consumer, if we can provide access and transparency in a way that they can access it without having to pay a lot of money to do so, and have confidence, then all of a sudden you're going to see more of this. So is this happening today in a way that I'd want it to be? No, but am I very confident about what I'm seeing, the conversations that I'm having in the rooms of people that are building things and what their objectives are? Yes, I am.
Okay, good. So the common question that I wanted to ask all of you before I get to the last question is, how would you advise other institutions, organizations who would like to augment financial inclusion? What would you tell them about the lessons you've learned from your own endeavors? Why don't we start with you, Laura?
Two things, then I think they echo what I've been talking about. So the first one is, like, really ask, is the problem here, is this a technology friction or a technology problem? Because often it is not. Often it is something that's more rooted in behavioral challenges. It's a trust issue. It is a lack of time. The previous panel mentioned the scarcity problem. And AI can sometimes help, but more often than not, I think I see a lot of sort of lazy product design where we just sort of say, oh, the AI can solve it, but it doesn't fundamentally solve the scarcity, the attention challenges, the fear people bring to some of the questions, especially around financial health. So when really engaging with the people you are trying to serve, I think would be the first one. And then the second one is build evals, right? I think we've seen that I have seen the improvement in product quality when you build that careful evaluation framework. And I think Save a Life is a wonderful example of the benefit you can bring to your users if you do that. And there's a lot of like nitty-gritty lessons we learn along the way, right, that I think we are increasingly trying to share with everyone. To Sanjay's point, an automated grader is great. But if you try to build an AI grader that says, was this AI interview coach doing a good job at giving feedback, you're probably not going to get a very good AI grade, because what does good feedback even mean? But if you build an automated grader that says, okay, grade if your AI interview coach gives only a single piece of feedback in response to the question you just answered, because more than one piece of feedback, most of us can't handle, right? That suddenly becomes a very good automated grader, because that's a kind of complexity that an LLM can reasonably detect very well in a transcript it's trying to score. So my two lessons are really understand, is this a technology friction? And if you have identified a good place for AI to plug in, build evals.
So just one follow-up question then. The use of synthetic data is something that Sanjay was talking about, and that is, it's spread very widely. Its use is spread very widely. Is that something that you all use in your evals?
We do, but we try to be smart about it, right? So if I'm trying to build an interview coach and I have a single interview that I recorded between Sanjay and Sarah, and I'm asking the AI to create 1,000 more conversations like that, I'm probably not going to have very good synthetic data, because I just copied the same conversations 1,000 times. But if I take really good care and I record very varied conversations among the kinds of people I think will be using my tool, and I ask the AI to create thousands of copies of that very representative initial pool, then I think we can make a lot of progress that way, right? So again, I think synthetic data usage is great, but you got to be smart about how you use it and how you construct it.
Right. It goes into whatever you do, you got to have it. You got to be purposeful. You got to have a strategy. It's got to be defensible. I've got to be able to take this, hand it to my technologist, and also be able to hand it to Laura and say, hey, does this make sense? And then if they both say, yes, great. But if it doesn't, then I'm making stuff up, and that's not helpful.
Yeah,
right?
Never helpful.
Never helpful.
Never helpful. Sarah, what about you? What are some lessons for other organizations?
Taking it up to even a higher level. When you think about advice, thinking about, we all have a stake in financial inclusion. We're all sitting here talking about it all day, spending our time together. I think don't always assume we know what is driving the problems for folks. We spend lots of our time just trying to listen to our members. We're in conversation directly through our, as I said, surveys, which they're very responsive, and just kind of mining the data. And oftentimes, because we're not going in with a specific hypothesis of what we think, we find that, oh, the reason people are having income disruptions is not because of the current economy. Oh, it's because they live in a disaster-prone area and they work outside and they can't work when there's a storm. And so we often find the language we use in these settings isn't translating to the people that we're trying to serve. So we're constantly trying to take it from their framework and then reapply it back to what we're doing. So that would be the big one, as well as just not thinking about financial inclusion as a standalone lever in the economy. I was previously a funder for 10 years in corporations, JPMC and MetLife, and I spent all my days just trying to convince people that like financial health and financial inclusion are a means to an end. We need to be partnering with the income side of the house. I was at Jobs for the Future yesterday. Again, the workforce sector's over here, the financial sector over here, housing's over here. Again, you can't maybe boil the ocean, so I understand why we silo these things, but at the end of the day, they're all interconnected, and consumers don't think about approaching their financial health one day, and then their housing stability the next day, and then their income the third day. It's all, everything all at once. So we should be thinking about it that way too.
Right. Yeah, great. Do you want to take some?
I think in addition to those points, I think one, going back to that, you got to be purposeful. It's one thing to say it, it's another thing to live it, I think. And to be focused, because you can't solve every problem. And financial inclusion is obviously, it's not just about access to information. There's so many other things that go into that. And I also think that for each and every one of us, as Governor Barr said, it should be part of what's expected for now of us as individuals, as citizens, as workers, as students, that we need to understand, embrace it, understand what the strengths and weaknesses are, and how you can't teach, you can't help, you can't bring someone into this world using AI unless you live in it yourself. You have to understand it, experience it, and then you can calibrate what makes sense, because it's going to make sense to you, because you're now finally speaking that same language. So that's what I would add to it.
Okay, great, thank you. So the final question is this one. Everyone on the stage owns a piece of this, the labs, the funders, the people building products, and the regulators. From your view, across the whole ecosystem, what does each of them most need to get right so AI widens access without leaving people more exposed? You want to start, Sanjay?
I think the model providers need to ensure rigorous testing and guardrails of what they're building, and transparency in terms of the information that they're using and collating. The folks that are building the capabilities need to do all of the things that this table has talked about, and because once they roll it out to the consumer, it's one thing to have a great demo, it's another thing for it to work in production. I think from a regulatory environment, I'm not one to tell regulators what to do. I'm saying it's a complicated technology world, right? We don't know where the technology is going to, we don't know where it's going to be. We're going to have to both watch and let things evolve, but also be relatively independent, know when to sort of jump in. But at the end of the day, I think it's incumbent upon all of us that the technology we have that is here that can help the people that need it the most can also hurt the people, right, in the easiest way. And we've seen that, and those are those examples. So we all have a duty as citizens to care and to do what we can to make sure that we're doing what we can.
That seems pivotal to trust, crucial for trust. Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, since you touched on the point of testing and evaluation and guardrails so nicely, I would go back to the point I was arguing earlier. At the end of the day, it's probably not one individual sector or institution, and having very open dialogue. This is such a fast-moving thing. I don't even know what to call it. Phenomena happening to us all. We've never really been in this situation before, and so to be open to partnerships, to not, again, when you have the fortune of being in the nonprofit side, you could argue, okay, collaboration is built intrinsically, but it's not always the case. We often feel like, I was talking with Tim about this around, like, we also feel like we're competing for the same funding, so it's not always intrinsically motivated to partner. But I think I've talked with a number of folks in this room about, okay, what are the use cases we're all really fired up about? And how do we put some structure around this? And how do we do it with people in the loop? And I don't mean from a sense of like testing, I just mean like talking to consumers while we're doing it. I think that's paramount, and I can't tell you how many tech conferences I've been at over the years where like I'm there for like 2 hours before a human, like a story comes up around a human. So again, I think we have to like bring that back to the forefront in order to get this right.
Great. Laura, what about you?
I think the good news is that a lot of the economic incentives actually point in the right direction. So if you look at things like customer service or legal service, the top AI companies are effectively competing on better evals, right? Because that's what makes their product better, more reliable. But I think we also got to be realistic that the kinds of approaches that Sarah and Sanjay and I were describing today, They cost money. They will slow you down. They're not always appreciated by the people who are funding you. And so I think we cannot expect that uniformly every organization, every company will be automatically doing the right thing. And so I think similar to how model risk management practices eventually got regulated and codified, I do think there's a role to play here for policy and regulation to ensure that we are setting high standards and that we are enforcing these high standards.
Agreed. So I would just like to add one thing as a regulator. One thing that I walked in the door doing at the Fed in 2022, even before ChatGPT appeared, was holding roundtables across the country with all the stakeholders, because I noticed that they weren't talking to one another. So to your point about collaboration, you can't understand what people really need, what communities really need, unless you're talking to them and they're talking to each other. So this siloed things, been on in an academic career and on an academic campus for my entire career. I know about silos. People can live in silos. And for this moving so quickly, we really have to understand what everybody's learning as quickly as possible. And I understand that there are proprietary considerations and so on, but I think a lot of those can be surmounted, especially when you're in, I would say, a forum like this or a forum like we used to put together around the country, and that I'm still putting together around the country. So this is community colleges, this is AI firms, this is venture capital folks, this is nonprofits who invest using these alternative data. And I think we don't necessarily have to use alternative data anymore, because I think they're not so alternative anymore. So the data that we have access to, and we have so many more data series available to us. So I would say as a regulator, we've got to get people talking to one another. That's our role. That's our public role. The convening power of the Fed is one thing that I try to leverage, and I think other regulators can do the same. And we have to keep a human in the middle. We have to have these guardrails. We have to promote sandboxes. And it sounds like this is what you all are all doing. You're trying out a small sample, and then you keep iterating to learn more from a larger sample. And from economics, although I just bashed it, that is a good habit to have and to hone. So anyway, I saw the 5-minute marker go up just some time ago. So why don't I actually do something that is rarely done in such fora? Let me thank our guests. Thank you very much for coming. Thank you for your insights, and thank you so much for your work. We couldn't get this all done together without you. Thank you all, and thank you all for attending.
Great.
right, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Adol Panda with the Board's Division of Consumer and Community Affairs. It is my pleasure to introduce our next keynote speaker, Vice Chair for Supervision, Michelle Bowman, who will share pre-recorded remarks. Before assuming the role...
And thank you for joining us today at the... Good afternoon, and thank you for joining us today at the Board's third annual Financial Inclusion Conference. While I'm unable to join you in person, I wanted to highlight the importance of financial inclusion in building a strong and stable financial system and an economy that works for everyone. Much of today's discussion will highlight how innovation enables financial inclusion. Banks are at the center of financial inclusion efforts, and one of the most powerful tools banks have to expand access and build a more inclusive financial system is through innovation. When banks innovate responsibly, they can build a faster and more efficient banking and payment system, lower costs, expand product availability to underserved consumers and businesses, and promote market competition. These outcomes advance financial inclusion by making useful, affordable financial services within reach of more Americans. As bank regulators and supervisors, the Federal Reserve has a role to play in encouraging responsible innovation while maintaining a safe and sound banking system. But it is important to be clear about what that role is and what it is not. We can create a supportive regulatory environment by being receptive to new ideas and technologies. We can provide clarity on our expectations. But ultimately, the decision of when and how to innovate rests with each bank and its management. They know their customers and their communities and their risk appetite better than we do. Our job is to set clear expectations, to be transparent, and not to micromanage individual business decisions. A rapidly growing area of bank innovation is in the adoption of artificial intelligence. AI applications hold real promise for expanding access to financial services and to help banks more effectively reach low and moderate income consumers. For example, AI can assist in expanding the availability of credit. AI is not the first technology with potential to expand access to credit for the or underbanked. I've spoken before about alternative data as a potential opportunity for some consumers, like those with poor or no credit history, but with sufficient cash flow to support loan repayment. But AI could be used to further expand this access as financial entities use more data sets and refine their understanding of creditworthiness. Of course, we know that using AI in this context in a way that has more direct impact on credit decisions affecting individual customers presents more substantial legal compliance challenges than other AI use cases. So our goal must be to support responsible AI innovation. That starts with greater clarity on what level of oversight is appropriate for different AI applications. We recognize that smaller banks may not have access to the same resources as their larger peers, but still need to innovate and provide modern technology to their customers. Therefore, it is necessary to ensure that our supervisory guidance does not hinder access to and the implementation of innovation. This includes emphasis on the flexibility to develop, implement, and manage AI to be consistent with their unique structure, business, and culture. It is also important that lower risk uses of AI receive an appropriately calibrated supervisory and regulatory touch. Financial institutions should leverage their existing risk management frameworks, adding appropriate enhancements and controls tailored to the specific risks that each AI application presents. Building on this foundation, I have prioritized work on AI as the chair of the Financial Stability Board's Standing Committee on Supervisory and Regulatory Cooperation. Earlier this month, the FSB published a report on sound practices for responsible adoption of artificial intelligence, which is a balanced examination of both AI's potential benefits and the risks financial institutions need to manage. The report draws on real-world examples of how banks and other financial institutions are already using AI successfully and responsibly. Rather than prescribing one-size-fits-all requirements, it offers practical guidance that institutions can adapt to their specific circumstances and use cases. The FSB is seeking public comment through July 22nd on this report. The report also reflects our broader commitment of maintaining an ongoing dialogue between bankers and supervisors to ensure our approach keeps pace with innovation while safeguarding safety and soundness. We have been engaging with banks on AI for nearly a decade, and as use cases expand and technology evolves, that conversation becomes even more important. In closing, I want to emphasize that responsible innovation and financial inclusion go hand in hand. When we provide clear regulatory expectations and focus supervision on material risks, banks can innovate to reach more Americans with affordable financial services. When we create unnecessary complexity or prescriptive requirements, we risk limiting the very innovation that can expand access. Financial institutions of all sizes are experimenting with approaches that can broaden access and better serve their communities. Our job is to provide the clarity and flexibility they need to innovate responsibly within appropriate guardrails. Thank you, and I hope that you have a very productive conference.
That was a perfect remarks to lead into our session on emerging payment methods and digital access and payments inclusion. She talked a lot about new ideas and technologies and the exploration of those, and I think we have a great panel to highlight and dive in a little bit what kind of technologies and new ideas we're experimenting with and seeing in the space today. My name is Jessica Washington. I am Assistant Vice President of the Atlanta Federal Reserve. I run a research division on payments. We conduct the Federal Reserve Payment Study with the Board of Governors, and my team also participates on the Survey and Diary of Consumer Payments Choice. I've been at the Fed for about 11 years now, and I'm very excited about the panel we have today. We have some very diverse perspectives in payments. It was a great panel put together. At the Atlanta Fed several years ago, 2017, when President Bostic first took his leadership role, we started to explore one of the pain points in the 6th District, which is economic mobility and resilience. The 6th District has some of the lowest rates of economic mobility in the country. The whole country as a whole has been suffering the decline for the past century in economic mobility. And that's the ability to make more money than your parents did. I wanted to say hi to my mom, by the way. She might be on YouTube listening, and she's not watching the World Cup game. So I might tell some stories about her, so I just wanted to say hi, Mom. So President Bostic had us focus on economic mobility and resilience. The Atlanta Fed is in Transaction Alley. About 70% of card transactions flow through Georgia, and we've just been we're a fintech hub, and we were studying how to promote safer payments innovation. And the task was look for, some segue between connecting safer payments innovation with economic mobility and resilience. And most payments people were of the mind that if you just didn't have money, then we can't help you. You can't make your payments, that's the problem. But we explored that a little bit more closely, and exploring economic mobility and resilience really helps the Fed pursue its mandates with maximum employment and price stability, because we need to understand why some people and places, not just people, but communities and regions, they might be able to thrive economically and bounce back from shocks while others struggle. And so we want to understand that more. We know that financial inclusion can promote economic mobility and resilience, and it can be achieved when individuals, families, and communities can access and use quality financial products and services. And if you look at the financial indicators that the World Bank puts together in the G20, quality of products and services was added several years back. It's not just about access, it's about the use, the ability to use, and those services being built with benefits to all. So we also know that accounts at financial institutions is where your financial life, your entry point is, where you can start and manage most of your financial life. However, in the Diary of Consumer Payments Choice and Behavior, our new data shows 95% of consumers in the United States have a bank account, have adopted a bank account. That number stays pretty static from 2024. And then also 74% of consumers have adopted some type of non-bank or neobank account. Then why are we still experiencing some of the lowest rates of underserved and vulnerable, and why are they becoming further marginalized from our economy? So what does this have to do with payments? Bringing more benefits to consumers, digital payments and new technologies have the ability to do if they're able to get in those hands. When we started our research at the Atlanta Fed, we also tried to highlight some of the groups of people who might be further marginalized with the growing digital economy. And we identified cash reliant, whether it be by choice or by other circumstances, and also financially vulnerable. And financially vulnerable, we chose to recognize can be somewhat demographic or geolocation related, but these things can pop up throughout life. It's not necessarily a permanent status to be a vulnerable population. There can be circumstances in life from medical to legal, divorce, addiction, and so forth. So vulnerabilities can pop up for consumers at any given point in time. So now I'd like to go ahead and introduce my esteemed panel, and they can give us some background. We can start first with Eric Van Bremer. He's Senior Vice President of Customer and Industry Relations for the Federal Reserve Financial Services.
Thank you, Jessica, and thank you all for joining us today. As Jessica mentioned, I'm with the Financial Services Division within the Federal Reserve System. And so essentially what my team does and works with the industry, the financial institutions, and the broader payments ecosystem on the services provided by the Federal Reserve Bank. So think anything from securities and wires to ACH transactions, yes, check clearing, I am sad to say, as well as a service that I really want to focus on today as we're here to talk about new and payment innovation, which is the FedNow solution. So FedNow is an instant payment solution that the Federal Reserve rolled out about 3 years ago in response to an obvious growing need in the industry to see faster, more efficient payments in the United States. This was the first new service we've rolled out in 40 years, really focused on bringing something to the industry that could help, largely help with financial inclusion, largely help with efficiencies in payments. So the functionality of the service itself, it runs 24/7. It settles in seconds. It's a credit push solution. And the concept is it's a real-time gross settlement tool. So if you think about it, this is taking those transactions that historically had taken days to actually clear or settle and to reconcile, and giving us that ability to move money within seconds. Speed is really, really important, but I would say as you think about the conversation we're having here today, just as important as the speed is the concept of 24/7 by 365, which is having a large impact on the way we view business days, the way we view banking days, and it more closely aligns with the way consumers work today. And so we're very excited about the service, so I'm happy to talk today. I'm looking forward to the conversation, hearing what my fellow panelists have to say about innovation.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for having me. My name is Mercina Tilleman Perez, and I lead global impact for a company called Circle. You're probably not that familiar with Circle, so I will take a moment to explain my role and the company. So Circle is the issuer of the largest regulated digital dollar, better known as a stablecoin. The term stablecoin is fairly broad, so it's worth saying, I think, upfront that not all stablecoins are created equal. But for the purposes of this conversation, I'll refer to the stablecoin, the digital dollar that we issue called USDC, and Circle is the sole issuer of USDC. So one USDC will only ever be worth $1. Every USDC is fully backed by highly liquid reserves. So these are cash and short-term US treasuries held in regulated US financial institutions. And Circle's promise to holders of USDC is that one USDC is always redeemable for $1. So what really makes USDC different than the dollars in your bank account is not the value, but it's how it moves and how it can be programmed to function. It travels over open internet-based networks, which means it can move from one person to another in a matter of seconds at almost no cost. And it's not constrained by bank holidays or time zones. The real test of payment systems to me is really not how they function on a random beautiful Tuesday in Washington, D.C., but how they operate when they're under stress or when everything else has really stopped to function. So in my role at Circle, I collaborate with partners like multilateral development banks and the United Nations to get this technology, digital dollars, to people in the most remote places under really serious crisis conditions. So consider Ukraine after the war broke out there. The UN Refugee Agency was struggling to deliver humanitarian aid to internally displaced individuals. And they came to us and asked if we could construct a program that would enable digital dollars to be delivered to mobile devices of individuals who were no longer able to be in their own homes. So we created this program, and individuals who had been vetted were prompted to download a digital wallet, and then instead of queuing in the cold for many hours, needing to convene in one physical location, they could receive digital dollars 24/7. And the UN Refugee Agency could also confirm that those resources had been delivered and that individuals were able to use them effectively. So they had optionality. They could hold them in digital format, or they could cash them out at 4,500 locations across Ukraine. So this process that once took weeks and really didn't provide a lot of transparency to either donors or the UN could now be executed in a matter of seconds. And I think really importantly, the entire value of what was sent was actually delivered. So you weren't losing percentages on FX, or even when individuals cashed out, it was done at zero cost. So I think that's the through line I hope to bring to this conversation, is that digital dollars really are not a bet on the future of money, but rather a new tool to get resources to humans instantly, wherever they are, particularly in moments when legacy payment systems are slowest or have stopped operating effectively.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Scott Talbot. I am with the Electronic Transactions Association. We are a trade association in DC, OSHOC, but our member companies represent about 56 trillion around the globe We focus a lot on credit cards, debit cards, prepaid cards. So we have banks, networks, and fintechs as part of our group. From my standpoint, I've been doing this a long time. It is an exciting time to be part of payments. We always knew payments were cool, but now they're even cooler. That's okay, I'm a payments geek, sorry. Exciting time to be in payments because we have all kinds of new products and developments. In the past, a new product would take about 7 to 8 years to really just start to get out on the hockey stick of adoption. That has shortened to about 3 years, maybe 4 if you want to press it. Largely due to COVID, the whole contactless, nobody wanted to touch anything, was the perfect storm for contactless payments. And then from there, the acceleration of the technology has just exploded. You all have your card loaded onto your phone, I am sure. If not, you should. You've got P2P, you've got prepaid, you got earned wage access, we have embedded finance, we have digital assets, the whole kit and caboodle. So really exciting time, lots of competition and lots of choices. And I'm sure we'll walk through today how those products individually and collectively are helping to attempt to address the underserved issue, how to get money to low and moderate income, or money and services to low and moderate income Americans as well as small businesses. They play a big part of this story. So happy to be here. Thanks for the invitation.
Thank you, Scott. And you touch on something that I want to dive into first, is that's the range of form factors. And some are obvious. Sometimes we know we're making a payment with our mobile phone, and that's the method, that's the device. But sometimes we don't know that we're actually making a new technological innovation payment, and consumers don't realize. Consumers often think that payments are pretty fast, but we know that clearing and settlement is much different. So I wanted to ask our panel, and let me point out too, the panel we have today are representative of the payment rails in the United States. There are only so many, and this is a very, a representative sample of the actual rails that these products and services will be built on. And these are the options that are here in the United States today. So you guys have a great view of what is being used as far as the range of form factors and methodologies that are kind of taking the lead in trends and kind of coming to market. So I'll open it up for discussion on what you're seeing.
Yeah. Sure, happy to start. So just to build on my earlier comment, I think that the speed of innovation, the rapid expansion and the availability of new products and services is really cool. I don't know how old you are, but if you remember putting a credit card in and having them swipe like this, that wasn't too long ago in the relative history of money. And now your phone carries more power than the first NASA computer or something, all those fun stats. While all this is good and flashy from, as a mobile wallets, P2P, prepaid, earned wage access, et cetera, underlying all of these things is something that we believe in deeply, I know the Fed believes in deeply, and that is security and reliability. Now we're adding speed and convenience to those things. So we cannot move, we cannot roll out a new product unless we can guarantee security and reliability, whether that's protection from theft or fraud. All of those things have to be there before we can move forward with a new product and service. And that is key because trust ultimately is what we all rely upon. If you don't trust something, it's not going to happen. And so any product or service has to touch those points before you can even get to the design department and making it look flashy and cool. So that's just sort of setting the stage. Happy to talk deeper, but that's what we're seeing at this point.
Yeah, I mean, I will just add, I think it's really exciting to see kind of this Cambrian explosion of payment innovations. And from my perspective, individuals now have this layered toolkit of resources. These are different tools to address very different purposes. And that's novel, that you can actually have access. And I would say that should be the goal, to expand access to these different resources that are fit for purpose depending on what you're actually trying to accomplish. Of course, stable coins are much more relevant in cross-border instances for micropayments, or if you want to have a programmable payment when the instruction is kind of embedded into the payment. But the other really meaningful innovation of payment stablecoins is that historically in a transaction, the payment and the settlement have been two separate things. One instruction says the money should move, and a much slower process actually moves those resources, and then what you pay for is the gap between those two things. And with something like USDC, that gap is really reduced in a very meaningful way. And so if speed is the actual goal, it is a meaningful new capability that's available to individuals.
Yeah, so Jessica, maybe I'll start by giving a little bit of an update on where we're at within the growth of FedNow, and then I can talk a little bit more about what we're seeing and not seeing in the solution, because I think we rolled this service out 3 years ago. We just had our 3-year anniversary, and as I mentioned, innovation's happening very quickly, and yet that's still a fairly infant solution out in the market. And so what has been interesting for me to watch from the beginning, so if I went back in time 5 years ago and I was out talking about instant payments and the need for instant payments in the United States, I would gravitate to the conversation about a P2P solution. I would gravitate towards, you and I would go to dinner, one of us would pick up the bill and the other one would transmit the money to the other person immediately, efficiently, and we would go our separate ways. And the reality is that's not what we've started to see. With a new solution like FedNow, really where we're seeing the mass amount of our volumes are coming in the disbursements of payments. And so I think the disbursements of payment have an equally important role when we talk about financial inclusion. Because I think one of the things that we'll get to today as a panel is talking about, our goal of instant payments is giving individuals the ability to get paid when they want to be paid and to make payments when they want to make those payments. And when you can get those things into alignment, that's really that efficiency that we were talking about. But where we're at today with 3 years into the service, I mentioned we're not seeing a lot of the P2P solutions, but we are touching on that disbursement value that we see with our consumers, small businesses and low income part of the country. And so right now, where we're at today is we've got about 1,800 financial institutions live on the network. So it's important to remember that what we're building at FedNow, at the Federal Reserve, we're not building an app. We're not building that end user experience. What we're doing is really building the connection between financial institutions and then asking them to innovate on the side of that and create that user experience. And so that's really where we're at. Volumes are still growing dramatically. We grew at about 80% volume first quarter to second quarter this year. And we're really starting to see use cases take hold that are more about delivering money out. So I like to kind of go back when I think about disbursements, thinking about things like insurance payouts, thinking about things like FEMA payments. So I will say, and I know we'll talk about use cases, but my proudest day, probably in my career with FedNow, was the first day we saw a payment from FEMA go out to a disaster relief to an individual in need. And the volumes aren't huge, they're not gonna make or break the network, but it's that understanding and knowledge that this is an individual that was in their most time of crisis, and we were able to get money into their account so that they could buy the things they needed to do to start rebuilding their life in seconds. And those are really the use cases that we're starting to see that really resonate, and starting to see things like earned wage access, which I know we'll talk about, really having that impact on the low and moderate income areas.
Yeah, I think that's a good point to hit on disbursements, the value there and why. Those that are dispersing payments to consumers, and I've heard reports of their call centers, 80% of the calls that are coming in are, where is my money? When is it going to be here? When can I get it? And that kind of comes back to, the trust factor and having so many different kinds of payments that we tend to gravitate to those that we've used before, that we know, because we know what to expect. It may not be that it's a beneficial payment opportunity, but knowing what to expect gives you that trust. Trust is about shared narratives, right? So the same thing has to be happening on my side and your side. We have to have that both reality. So I think this is really interesting. The latest study, the consumer payment study, the average consumer makes 47 payments per month. And so there's a lot of choices that come with that. It also goes to say that we need to have a suite of services. We need some optionality. You know, cash is an option. But there's...
We call that the original instant payment was cash.
That's right.
It's immediate and irrevocable. That's right.
So like cash, when you were saying the P2P example, you just really want to replace a cash scenario. Like, you know, if you want to make a tip or, you know, pay someone real quick for dinner. But let's talk about speed. Because when it comes to financial inclusion and helping underserved populations, cash flow, slack, scarcity, those topics that come up, you know, is the economics here for speed really beneficial? Is it 100% beneficial to have fast now and spend now?
I would say yes, but. So speed is important. When you are sending money, you're focused on trust and confidence. When you're receiving money, you focused on speed, certainty, and convenience. So for a small business or a sole proprietor or a consumer, getting that FEMA money, getting that SNAP money, the speed is key. And obviously cost will come in there as well. However, my but is that as the money comes in quickly, we also have the ability for consumers to pay their bills, which is a fantastic feature, or pay your creditors, and you can do it at 24/7, but that also means the money's coming out faster. So if you were counting in the old days on a float of a check, you put the check in the mail, you could count on 3 or 4 days before they even received it. That float is gone. And so it requires heightened awareness of your cash flow, which fortunately we have tools to help you do that, alerts, et cetera. But speed is, I'm not gonna say it's a double-edged sword overall, I think it's a net positive, but you have to be careful.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Scott, I'd love to pick up on that because I absolutely agree that it's the but. And I think this is where that education component really comes into play because, yes, I think that speed and the ability to make payments when you want to make payments and have that go through is important. I think your example of float, my first role at the Federal Reserve 28 years ago, I was a float analyst. So that was really, I used to use green bar paper and figure out how long story. However, I think one of the challenges with the traditional concept of float is that we saw with the advent of even check imaging, a lot of people, as that transition took place, got burned by their anticipation of float. It used to be there was a generation that would write a check for their credit card, and they would anticipate that it would take 7 days to come back and hit their account. They would get paid, 6 days from now. That was great. But all of a sudden, we moved to check imaging, and we cut that from 7 days maybe down to 3. And that transition period, we saw a lot of people bouncing a lot of checks. We saw a spike in return rates here at the Federal Reserve. And I think it's that same sort of concept that now there are still people that are making those payments using a tool that they understand and value. But when that doesn't work the way it's designed, they're getting themselves into even more trouble. And so one of the components, and that's why I said opening, not just about the speed, but it's really also that reconcilement and making the payment when you want that payment to be made. And so if you're doing that bill pay and it's due on the 15th, the ability to make that payment at the end of the day on the 15th and balance, but it is going to take education. It is going to take an industry understanding that those old rules of how I made my payments and how I receive my payments are changing rapidly. And that's really what I push, this group to kind of focus on. How do we educate the industry into this new and changing world? Because it is changing very rapidly.
Yeah, and the 15th is tomorrow. Just want everyone to
I'll pay my bills tonight from the airport.
But that's a great point, like paying your bills tomorrow, online banking to push to schedule a bill payment. If you have some sort of instance where you might have overdraft or you can easily be kicked out of those services. It's very hard to get back into those services. So even though you may have had access before, let's talk about faster payments, faster fraud, because and one thing, Marcina, you touched on is fit for purpose, and I like to say the purpose of the payment, because when we're talking about speed and cost, the purpose of the payment matters. Insurance and FEMA are great examples. There are things that are worth paying extra and slowing down. And you might pay extra so that we have time to, in the back end, run some risk management protocols and make sure, pump the brakes a little bit before we send, the big check out, or not check, but instant payment out. So there are reasons. And so tell me a little bit about risk management, speed, and fraud here. Like how do we manage that in this new environment?
I'll go ahead and jump in because I do think, as I mentioned, I've been speaking on instant payments for quite a while, and if I had an instant payment 5 cents for every time I heard faster payments equals faster fraud, I would be retired by now. However, we understand the concept, right? So the one thing about instant payments, specifically FedNow and RTP, which is another instant payment rail in the United States, is that it is immediate. It is also irrevocable. And we know that immediacy and irrevocability tends to attract some of the fraudsters and the scams. And so, therefore, we have really spent a lot of our energy investing in how do we stay ahead of the fraudsters on our side. So it'd be really easy for me to get up here and say we're having very, very little fraud on the instant payment networks, basis points of levels of fraud. I think the reality is because it is still a small, relatively small payments rail, growing in the United States rapidly, the fraudsters really haven't focused on it. It's not ubiquitous. It doesn't get to everybody. And so we know that. So we've been focused at the Federal Reserve of including value-added services in our solution from day one to try to stay ahead of that fraud. So we've been introducing things like velocity controls. We've been leveraging AI to look for anomaly detections. We've been implementing tools, and we're rolling out tools as we speak that help with payee name verification, network intelligence type information, so that prior to making that payment, much like those of you who have an experience with Zelle, if I feel like I'm making a payment to Scott, it's going to confirm Scott is the name associated with that account. And so there, again, it doesn't wipe out the scams, doesn't wipe out the fraud, but it certainly helps stay ahead of that. So we're investing heavily in the instant payment networks to stay ahead of that and not resting on our laurels. And I also think that from a fraud perspective, you know, I talk to financial institutions every day in the United States, and across the board, what I hear is check fraud, right? Growing check fraud, huge amounts of check fraud in the industry. And so anything that we can do to move payments away from paper checks into these more secure and efficient payment rails, I think is a good thing. And I actually hope that one day I'll be on stage and someone will say faster payments equaled lower fraud. Because I do think that's the goal for all of us.
Well, I think what you're pointing out, and I'm sorry, I just want to jump in real quick. What is inherent to the payment system is very important because it creates an economics of scale. So if I'm a fintech or a financial institution designing products and services for financial inclusion, and those protections are built inherently into the payment system, then I don't need to outsource additional, risk management framework. I may have to do additional, but not, fundamentally, there's already some tools in the toolbox there. I think that's really important, as opposed to a check where we can just take some nail polish remover, and clear it up.
Wait, what do you do? What's
Well, and I would say it's not just checks, right? Cash is also ripe for fraud, and with all of the advanced transaction monitoring that's at our disposal now, we really have much better tools to mitigate fraud with these digital resources. So I think just as the ability to commit fraud has perhaps become easier, we're actually keeping pace in terms of the tools that we have in our disposal to counteract those efforts.
Yeah, I would agree. Some friction to account for checks against fraud are necessary and important. And I think if you look at the numbers, I agree with Eric that at least in the credit card space, when you think about the trillions that move, fraud is less than 1% of 1% in the credit card space. You have to separate fraud from scams. Fraud is where someone tricks you. Someone unauthorized, makes an unauthorized payment. They steal your credit card and they use it. They don't have your permission. That's fraud. A scam is when they trick you into sending money, and there's a legal difference. But the fraud numbers, at least according to the FTC, last year was like 12.5 billion. The scam number was 196 billion total. Like that's the fraud numbers are outrageous. A lot of that was underreported. But at least they're estimating it. So the focus is on, for us, and it was on both. We want to prevent both, but education is key. We've got a lot of tools, as Marcina just said, to help stop fraud, to detect and prevent it. Where we need help where we all need to focus on is helping consumers with the scams piece, the Nigerian prince or the wedding scam or whatever the piece is. So.
Yeah. Well, I told you I'd mentioned my mom. She works at Walgreens. She's retired, and she sees a lot of people trying to buy payment products that are available, and she can spot when it could be a possible fraud situation, and sometimes she'll try to give them that double check. She's been trained really well, and she always likes to brag to me. She's like, "Oh, I stopped him from loading some money," and it's really great.
Then shout out to your mom.
It's a challenge because banks are legally obligated. It's your money. They have to do what you want.
Right.
But banks are working very hard to try and say, are you sure? Is there somebody we can call, like, to help just, even when it's
Yes.
obvious? Some banks have resorted to having the customer sign a piece of paper that says, I know that you advised me against this, but I still did it. So if it turns out to be a scam, which usually is, unfortunately, they can come back and say, here, we tried to help you.
Yeah. One thing when you mentioned your stats, Scott, it made me think of some of the barriers to digital payment adoption are folks that are fearful that they will be defrauded or scammed by adopting a new digital payment technology. And when we did our research, we actually found that a lot of these are built on misconceptions about the actual payment device and method. And it's more, these outside circumstances that could play a role.
Sure.
So let's tell some stories here about unique applications or where you've seen some reshaping of financial inclusion efforts in real time on the ground.
Yeah, I'll start with an anecdote about what we've seen with instant payments. It was an interesting case. I think a lot of people have heard that earned wage access is a large supporter of instant payments. It's one of the largest use cases that we see in earned wage access. When we first started to see it, it was the story that I think a lot of you are familiar with. It's that gig economy, right? We started to hear the story about the Uber driver who mid-shift was out of money and out of gas and was able to get funds that they had already earned that day into their account to allow them to put more gas into their car and continue their story. So we were seeing that gig economy and that concept grow quite a bit. And I found myself in a small town in Nebraska, and they were like, so why should we do instant payments? And so I whip out my story about earned wage access in the gig economy, and they're all looking at me and they're like, did you see any Ubers in McCook, Nebraska today? And I'm like, very good point, very good point. So started thinking about, earned wage access as a concept, that gig economy, but what we're seeing today is that idea of earned wage is really growing way beyond the gig economy. We're starting to see it in the fast food industry, we're starting to see it in the hospitality industry, and it's really being viewed as a benefit, not just something to support the gig economy. And so when I went back and talked to that financial institution about a year later, I'm a little sheepish, I don't want to mention earned wage access again, but they pointed out to me that since I had been there and they had adopted instant payments, that the poultry factory in town had adopted earned wage access. And in a lot of these cases, a lot of the more rural and low-income workers in those industries, day laborers. And in the past, some states, they had to pay them at the end of the day. You earned a day's wage, you have to pay them. And they were sitting out with a table, and they were paying them with checks, which unfortunately, they were probably taking to a check cashing store in town and paying a high rate in order to get those funds into something that they could leverage. So for me to hear that it had gone from this concept of gig, earned wages, to something that was really supporting day laborers in a small town in Nebraska really helps me see that a lot of the ways we envision instant payments, it's growing well beyond that. And use cases I had never even fathomed 5 years ago. So that.
Yeah, and I think that's great because in the event that some of those workers may have not had a bank account, there's still payment technologies or limited type transaction accounts that can be utilized to facilitate those instant payments, and whether it be a prepaid card or a digital wallet or some type of bank account with just maybe some limited features and functionality so that we can get more folks able to receive those digital payments.
I'll just say I mocked cash earlier, but we actually have a solution for people who are cash challenged or who rely on cash reliant. And you go online, you make your purchase, and you click on this and it prints out a barcode. You take the barcode to a local 7-Eleven, they scan it, you give them the cash, and then the 7-Eleven sends a code to the merchant to release the merchandise that was purchased.
Right.
So there's even this kind of technology to go help, and that helps out everybody who might have cash for whatever
Absolutely.
reason. So it's kind of cool.
Yeah. And 81% of consumers make at least one cash transaction in a month.
Wow.
It's still the most prevalent. Okay, you have a story, I know.
Well, one, I think, important example to mention is the area of remittances. So the flow of resources from the developed world to emerging economies, and it still remains incredibly expensive. The World Bank and the UN have put a goal to get remittances beneath about 3%. I think on average, we're still hovering around 7%. And so a lot of these tools for cross-border payments, stablecoins and others have kind of tried to address the very regressive feature of kind of a fixed per transaction fee that you see, because sometimes these are very, very small amounts of money that are being sent. Maybe it's $15 or $100, but when there's a fixed transaction fee on those, it can be really meaningful to lower that. And we're seeing some really cool payment solutions emerge. Some of them are just text message based, so you can use WhatsApp. You send a payment home, and the fees can be as little as like 1 or 2% on some of these different tools that we've seen. There's one company that is very, very peer-to-peer. They're called AirTM. They operate globally, and it's much more like Uber for payments than an ATM. They promise that you can cash out in under 20 minutes for under 3% in the jurisdictions in which they're live. And that can be really life-changing for individuals who rely on that to support family members around the world.
And do you know, for the cash out, are they able to use a variety of service providers for their cash out, or does it have to be a certain partner?
So it's a mobile-based app, and they use both merchants, so different grocery stores, gas stations, or other entities that have cash available, but they also use individuals who are onboarded to their network. So in that regard, it would be more peer-to-peer, but there isn't one. It's not like you have to go to a MoneyGram location in order to cash out effectively.
I see, okay. Excellent, thank you. How about talking about some challenges to digital payment delivery? How are we able to overcome some of the barriers to access and getting more digital payment options available to consumers who need it?
Yeah, maybe I'll start, because I mentioned the growth of FedNow, and I mentioned the number of financial institutions live. I think one of the realizations for us is the access to the average consumer is not where we would like it to see. So we are seeing growth, but we're seeing a lot of fintechs that are using and leveraging instant payments through financial institutions, but what we haven't seen is a lot of those financial institutions offering up that consumer access. I mentioned earlier, we don't have an app. That's not the Fed's role. FedNow does not come with user experience. And so we're reliant, as I mentioned, on those third parties in the financial institutions. And I think it's been a little frustrating at the lack of adoption for a financial institution to offer to their consumers. Typically what we see is financial institution goes live on the receiving on the network, they see the benefit of that, their customers see the benefit of that. Then they start rolling it out to their corporate clients. And so we see these corporations able to take advantage of the efficiencies. And then we talk to them and say, well, when is that going to be embedded in my banking app? And that's really where we've seen the delays. And that's, I think, to Scott's point earlier, when we're talking about the concern about frauds and scams. And I think that financial institutions are concerned about putting that power of immediate and irrevocable in the hands of some of their consumers, knowing full well that when those solutions go bad or they fall for that scam, and lo and behold, there is no unicorn that they were buying from Nigeria, they go to their financial institution to complain about that. And so I think there's a natural hesitancy from a roadmap for the financial institutions. And so even though we have this out there and we talk about access, we're not seeing the consumer access at a lot of the largest financial institutions yet. We do see it in pockets. We see, you know, some of the credit unions who have embedded it. We see some of the organizations that have come to that, you know, be able to leverage their mobile or their online, but it's not as broad as we would like. We're only seeing about 10% of those FedNow network participants actively sending for their consumers. And so that's an area of growth that we're really focused on.
And just out of curiosity, so when we talk about trust and those shared narratives, you know, if I'm receiving instant payment through FedNow, it's the requirement that the financial institution will have posted that in real time. Is that
Absolutely.
correct?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. So, yeah, that immediacy and irrevocability is once it's delivered to the financial institution, they have to post that to their customer and their account. So they're seeing the benefits of instant payments on those disbursements and the receipt points, but it isn't always parlayed in seeing the value yet on this end.
Sure. Challenges?
Please.
Well, I would just say one of the challenges we see is that people often wait to build the infrastructure until their house is already underwater. And you really have to invest in these payment rails and in building out this digital infrastructure before a crisis hits. And it should really be approached as disaster preparedness, but it often isn't. And so, for example, when the horrible fires were raging across Maui, there was a great desire to have kind of an instant payment solution to address people's needs. They couldn't mail checks to homes that no longer existed, but it's very difficult to set these things up under emergency situations. And so kind of taking the time, making the investment to build these systems out before they're needed urgently is a challenge, but I think that's where you really unlock the meaning and the incredible value is when there's an earthquake in Venezuela, you can actually just send out the resources immediately to individuals who have been affected.
Let me ask Eric and Marcina, and feel free to jump in, Scott, a question. One of the other barriers to financial inclusion and digital payment adoption is financial literacy, right? And so I actually have tried almost every type of payment for research purposes, but I have not made a Circle payment. Do I need a PhD? Like, how do we get our and one thing in particular, in disaster situations, you know, I heard we were at some point we were mailing some prepaid cards. I think that's still somewhat of a practice at points, and it is confusing. You know, like a consumer may look at that card coming in the mail or picking up at a booth and say, well, you know, am I signing up for credit? You know, are they going to know everything about me because I start using this? Are they watching me now? You know, there's fears and there's literacy and capability of, you know, just digital capability. Like, it's not just about finances, it's about how do I use this app. So are these challenges that you guys are seeing? And
yeah, I will say for the programs that I support in my role, they're always partner-led. So it's really critical that we have individuals and institutions who are on the ground with the end beneficiaries who are helping us architect flows that are, again, fit for purpose. That often requires, in very, very remote settings, individuals teaching the recipients how to actually download the wallet, how to use it. In a place like Ukraine, there was much higher digital literacy, and so adoption rates were much faster. It didn't need to be as human focused in terms of individuals actually being on the ground to onboard the folks who are actually using it. But it's really critical to make sure that there are folks who are very intimately familiar with the populations that you're trying to approach, because there are just different levels of understanding. For me, making a payment with stablecoins feels very much like digital banking or mobile banking, what I'm familiar with. But if you're not used to that, it could definitely be a barrier to entry.
Sure.
Yeah, I think a lot of it's a generational thing as well. You know, I look at my kids and they've grown up in the age of digital and they've grown up leveraging their phone for everything. And so for them, it's very natural and very quick. And, you know, to your point about trying to try things, there's a whole lot of us within the Federal Reserve, within financial services, that once we hear about a financial institution who has embedded it into we're all opening accounts at that financial institution because we want to experience it. We want to see what their process is and how they go through it.
Yes,
So
yes.
I now have accounts in Indiana, Colorado, California, largely for that.
The real Eric Van Burmer.
Yes. We call it drinking your own champagne.
Yes, absolutely. Inspect what you expect. Scott, we're going to jump in?
No, all
there?
good,
Okay.
all good.
Okay, so I was going to say some of the research on social networks and cultural networks and adoption of financial management is very heavily prevalent in the research. Even in the Consumer Payments Diary, we would say, do you have access to a card, a debit card or a credit card? And they would say no. And then later we'd say, how did you pay your water bill? And they'd say, by card. And we were like, well, what's going on? Well, they would be borrowing and utilizing their social and family networks. Another thing that we found in our research is that education about a financial activity is best delivered in the moment, at the time of I'm about to. And so I was thinking during the AI session, it would be really cool if my app could geolocate me, and if I'm in the pillow aisle at Target, to say, nope, you're not allowed to spend money in this place, and shut down my debit card. But these are real things.
More likely you'd get a discounted coupon sent
Yeah,
right.
Exactly.
for pillows.
Right.
But education in the moment, and like you were saying, here's how you use it now, and I think that's really, really valuable.
I'll just add that education is a huge part of what we do, not just on how to use the products, but how to fight scams. If you go onto some of these P2P apps, are you sure this is you? Are you sure you're sending it to the right person? This is irreversible? Are you absolutely sure? All of those things on top of the other layers. Education is key because if you don't understand it, you can't trust it, and then you won't use it. So it's incumbent upon us, the industry, to educate, and it's incumbent upon the consumer as well to educate themselves. So it's a shared responsibility for all of these things, for making sure the payments work and also avoiding frauds and scams.
Now, one thing that came up in the earlier sessions, Governor Barr said openness and curiosity is necessary because we don't know what's possible, and that we really need to design products and services with intention. And here we are, representing more than 3 different rails. But how are you kind of embracing that sandbox so that folks can build intentional financial inclusion products and services in your ecosystem?
Happy to start on this one. So every product and service that's rolled out has the financial inclusion. That's part of our mantra. That's part of our goal. So that audience, those consumers and small businesses as well, are part of the design phase. Right. It's great to roll it out in Boston or LA, but you also have to consider Iowa and Nebraska. And so the entire country is considered as part of these rollouts. And working towards, I don't say the lowest common denominator, but working towards Americans of all different socioeconomic classes, education levels. Education programs are designed, at a lower category, lower grade reading level, so for that very purpose. So it's part of our infrastructure.
Excellent.
Yeah, at Circle, we have a team specifically dedicated to this work, to making sure that individuals who wouldn't naturally seek out these innovations do actually have access in a responsible way in partnership with entities who we know really have their best interests at heart. And we have literal sandboxes that enable business partners to test these different tools, see what they're capable of. We're seeing some really exciting new possibilities just with the advent of AI, and we're seeing micropayments, which I think we've all heard a lot about, but recently we have been able to test that stable coins are actually enabling payments as small as 1/1,000,000th of a dollar to be economically viable. And so what that opens up in terms of gig work and these types of employment that historically really haven't been economically viable domestically because of the size of payments, whether it's training AI or any of these different things are actually becoming available, which is pretty exciting. And then through our foundation, we also work with CDFIs to enable tech readiness, not to work in stablecoin specifically, but to make sure that the communities that can benefit from innovation are actually primed to absorb it effectively. And there are many steps kind of between working with a CDFI and making sure that the individuals who are receiving those loans can be effectively digitized, for example.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned the CDFI and those micropayments. Like that really is a form of multi-factor authentication, right? And you're, rather than giving away a whole cent and having to claw it back, you're able to economically, verify proof of identity and that they have access to that device.
Yeah, I maybe we'll touch on this because I think, so I've been with the Federal Reserve for 28 years, and the first, I'd say 24 of those was only talking with financial institutions, right? That was really, we build rails in the middle, we build products for our financial institutions. But I think as we started talking about the strategies for improving payments in the United States, it became apparent that the fintech side of the house, so going one step beyond just the financial institutions, there's a lot of innovation taking place there. So I think we've had a bit of a paradigm shift as far as understanding what services they can provide and how they interact with traditional financial institutions. And so we've been spending a lot of our time at that segment of the world. And I think where we've seen some payoffs has really been in things like QR code development. So recently there was an announcement with X9 Group about QR codes, and I mentioned earlier, FedNow is an instant payment. It's a credit push, right? So you're just pushing money to somebody, which limits in some cases the use cases when you think about point of sale and the ability to push that. So we have embedded into our solution something called a request for payment. So you could actually send that request and then FedNow can respond to that request. Very similar to what you see in some of the apps today. But by doing that and leveraging and working with, our sandboxes with the fintech industry about what does a QR code solution look like, we've been able to pilot that and actually seeing transactions flow where a QR code is leveraged to send a request for that payment. Somebody can respond to that QR code and send that instantly back. And that really starts to open up innovation for all sorts of payments where there might be opportunities. So.
And I can see where you could mitigate scams because you're having, to verify on both ends. Yeah. Well, we have a few minutes for audience questions. If anyone has some, you can raise your hand and we'll have a microphone. Here we have one right over here.
While we're waiting for the question, just real quick, part of all of this education is financial literacy, another area we spend a lot of resources on. So in general, not just the products and services, but how to manage your budget, et cetera, et cetera.
Oh,
so,
excellent.
Yeah.
Just building on that, second to last point, can you talk more about how community banks, small community banks, and CDFIs are using these faster payment products, and maybe, what is the impact for their customers, and also is there a community development impact?
Yeah, I'll jump in a little bit about how we're seeing it be used today, because it really is kind of in pockets. I mentioned earlier, we're not seeing a ton of just consumer send activity, but we do see it in pockets. And where we're seeing it is where community financial institutions are probably leading the way as far as offering it in their bill pay solutions or embedded in their treasury solutions for small businesses or even in just their online banking apps. It was a very interesting solution for us. So there's a credit union in California called Star One Credit Union, which was one of our initial pilots, and they launched with us the first day. And they were one of the first transactions we saw over FedNow. And so we reached out to them and said, so was that you, like the CEO of the bank, did you push that? And they said, no, we actually just incorporated it into our online tool, and our customers started finding it. And they saw value in use cases right away. So in that first day, just by opening up a tab that says, do you want to make a payment? Do you want it to go immediately? They were able to start allowing their consumers to see it. So I think bill pay, online community, that's where we're starting to see it. And quite honestly, we're seeing the community financial institutions leading the charge. A lot of them have a lot more controls around their customer base and knowing your customer and what they're using it for. And so I think there's been a sense of comfort for a lot of them to allow that transaction to take place. So again, the small banking, Nebraska using earned wage access and bill pay, and that's really where we're starting to see some small community financial institutions adopting the solution. I think of our 1,800 financial institutions who are live, the vast majority of them are small community banks and credit unions. We have 7 of the top 10 financial institutions, but really the bread and butter is coming from the smallest.
the CDFIs are hungry for these technologies as well to be able to, trim margins and deliver and meet their customers' needs. Did you want to talk about CDFI and partnerships a little bit more that you?
Well, I mean, I think we've been very impressed by the way they're approaching AI as well, and making sure that they're able to deliver more despite a difficult financial situation. They are really being very creative and forward-leaning. I won't say as an entire sector, but there are definite bright spots and some really promising innovations, particularly in like the financial coaching space, and enabling those efforts that have incredible yields to go much further than being just tied to an individual person, creating systems that can be scaled really effectively.
Great, thank you. Any more questions for the panelists? Yes.
So for the stable coins, there's a lot of consumer protections for foreign remittance transfers that maybe don't apply to stable coins. Are you offering any protections for your customers?
Yeah, one of the reasons we've been so keen on regulation is because that does provide really meaningful consumer protections. And I would say the Genius Act, which passed about a year ago, is one of the most meaningful efforts in regards to consumer protection and financial services that we've seen for a long time. And we are very keen for similar regulation to be passed on a global scale, because we think that encourages the right kind of innovation without ever compromising consumer protections.
Yeah, can you hear me okay? I have a question about frauds and scams. So I just personally have noticed that a lot of the instant payments now have that second look, like, are you sure you want to send this, and that kind of thing. Has that been proved to be effective in reducing scams and fraud? I was just curious if there's any data or information to support that.
So from what I've seen, yes, it has. I don't have hard data for you, but because some of this doesn't get reported, consumers are embarrassed. But yes, my understanding is we've seen a reduction in fraud and scams from using those techniques. We also get people that complain, gosh darn it, I already said yes, why am I have to say yes again? But nothing's perfect, but we have seen a reduction in scams from the use of those and other features. It's a multi-layered, multi-pronged approach to fighting this.
And I can't recall, but Lally, I remember we had some research that pointed to the just-in-time education really impacting decisions. And those that are able, they're training their front lines, like we said, in order to prevent. However, some folks are just truly don't believe that they're in a scam situation. So no matter what you say.
Right, unfortunately.
Any more questions for our panelists today? Well, thank you so much for your time and your perspectives, and I appreciate you all being here and having the opportunity to moderate today.
Thank you. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you. All right, well, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sean Crean. I'm based at the San Francisco Fed. I've been covering the intersection of emerging technology, innovation, and financial inclusion issues for over a decade during my career here at the Fed. And I'm just really excited to be moderating this panel on financial health. And just generally, it's super exciting to see the momentum of this conference in general. It's now the third year. And the growing focus on not just the idea of access as the goal, but outcomes. So we'll do a little bit of level setting on why we're also excited to convene this conversation. But before I do that, I want to acknowledge we're bumping up against, for those in the room, reception that will immediately follow this, but also the World Cup semifinal between France and Spain, I know is ongoing. The last I checked, it was 1-0 Spain. If you are so distracted and you can't help yourself but screaming out a late goal, I only ask that you do so in the style of Telemundo. And we will not lose our stride. We won't get distracted. So feel free. Looking at you, Claire Lebon from the Boston Fed. I know she's a France fan, so good luck. Good luck. But yeah, just really, really excited that we're here to talk about financial health and thinking about the outcomes of that access that we as a community have been focused on for so long in the financial inclusion space. I think we can't belabor the point enough. I know many in this room are already thinking in this way, but just to kind of share a few examples and reasons and kind of some data around it. First, at just a basic level, if we're thinking about another part of the economy, so medical services, you know, it would be great to tell someone, okay, you have access to this medicine or you have access to this doctor or this medical service. But if they don't know whether that's going to make them healthier, if that's going to cure their ailment, that's really an insufficient way to measure whether that part of the economy is actually working for that citizen. So it's really, really important that we think beyond access when we're talking in this space. You know, the FDIC has done a lot of work in this space trying to measure at a basic level the idea of access, and I think most people in this room are familiar with their unbanked survey, and the latest one of a few years ago, I believe, found that the problem of access has mostly been solved in this country, so maybe 5% of American adults remain unbanked. But actually some interesting research, including in that survey, but Fed economists have done, breaking down the percentage of that 5% that are not banked, not because they don't have access, but they choose not to access financial services. And there's been a lot of discussion today about trust or lack thereof. And I think one of the benefits of measuring things like financial health and looking at outcomes is connecting to that feeling of trust or lack thereof. It's really a lack of trust that the service is going to deliver the outcome that someone needs. So I think it's just really important, even if we're thinking about access, why people might choose not to access, and it's connected to those outcomes. And on the flip side of that, if you look at the 95%, if we take that number at face value of Americans that are banked, and then we bring in other data, for example, the financial health pulse score that Taylor's organization puts out, and he might talk about in a little bit, I believe the numbers ebb and flow year to year, but roughly 30% of Americans, according to that survey, are what Financial Health Network would consider financially healthy. The rest are either, using your institution's terminology, coping in some way, so kind of getting by but not fully healthy, or truly vulnerable. And you don't have to be a math genius to say, okay, that's well over 5% of the population. That's a lot of those people are banked. They have access, but the outcomes aren't there for them. Governor Barr and others today have talked about the role of other important drivers in this space, not the least of which is having a good job and a steady income. So we're not going to pretend that all of this financial health and all of these outcomes are just about financial services, but they certainly play a really important part, and that's why we're excited to be talking today with this panel and for you all to be engaging with us on this topic. So over the past few years, we've watched financial health move from an emerging concept to something with real momentum in the marketplace. What started as a way for mission-driven organizations to describe their values has evolved into something financial institutions are actively measuring, operationalizing, and embedding into their business strategies. The Federal Reserve has been playing paying close attention. We've been engaging with a range of stakeholders to understand what's happening in this space, and what we're hearing is both exciting and thought-provoking. Early adopters are reporting promising benefits. They're identifying vulnerable customers who might benefit from targeted interventions. They're looking at new ways to design products and services to meet customer goals. We heard about some of these examples in earlier panels. They're seeing some improvements in customer satisfaction. But so we're seeing this, but we're still eager to keep learning and hearing evidence to understand what works for whom and how these approaches can scale to benefit the most vulnerable consumers, particularly low and moderate income households. The Federal Reserve's work on financial inclusion, and Jessica and others got this in previous panels, but our work on financial inclusion and community development has shown us that household financial stability matters for broader economic resilience. And the question now is whether and how financial health measurement can help institutions deliver better outcomes, particularly for those most vulnerable consumers. But to realize that potential, institutions need to measure what matters. They need to develop products and services based on those insights and then validate the impact so what works can scale. So today we're going to explore how financial health measurement and implementation are evolving in practice. We'll hear from practitioners on the front lines about what they're seeing, what evidence is telling us about impact, and where we need to go to scale this work to the broader market. And we'll talk about the critical role of partnerships across different types of institutions and with the public sector in making that happen. So I'm joined today by 3 leaders who are doing this work every day. Let me briefly introduce them. Taylor Nelms is Vice President for Research and Insights at the Financial Health Network, a nonprofit industry association dedicated to advancing financial health through research, measurement frameworks, and practitioner collaboration. Kristen Holt is President and CEO of GreenPath, one of the largest national nonprofit credit counseling and debt management services. Founded in 1961, GreenPath currently serves approximately 55,000 consumers who are collectively managing nearly $1 billion in debt. And last but not least, Ivy Glover from Wright Pratt Credit Union is the Director of Community Impact and Development there, but also the Executive Director of their Sunshine Community Fund. And Wright Pratt is the largest credit union in Ohio and has been serving members for nearly 100 years since 1932. So let's begin with some basic definitions of the topic, why it's growing in importance for financial inclusion efforts. I'm going to start with Taylor. Can you just help us understand what do we mean by financial health and tell us about the evolution of this field? How do we move from focusing primarily on that concept of access to thinking about outcomes?
Yeah, thanks, Sean, and thank you very much to the Federal Reserve for having all of us here today to have a conversation about financial health. We think that this is a huge, monumental in some ways, moment to see the Federal Reserve in its position in the financial services landscape really embrace financial health as a goal for the financial services industry and ecosystem in the United States and around the world. At the Financial Health Network, we define financial health in terms of a household's ability to make ends meet and stay on track in the face of financial setbacks. Our more formal definition is that a household is financially healthy when it's able to meet its current financial needs and obligations, when it's on track to meet future financial needs and obligations, and when it's able to absorb and recover from unexpected expenses or drops in income. As Sean has already really laid out very, very well for us, the financial health movement really grew out of this recognition that access alone to financial services, even when they were really good, safe, affordable, high-quality financial services, wasn't enough by itself to guarantee positive outcomes for consumers. And Sean mentioned the numbers that bear this out, the reduction in the rate of truly unbanked as well as underbanked consumers, and how those have really come down pretty significantly over the last 2 to 3 decades. While other measures of household financial progress, whether they're measures of financial health the way that we describe them, or measures that we see through the Survey of Household Economics and Decision Making that the Fed runs, or any number of other data resources, they haven't necessarily followed the same trajectory. And I think that gap has really pushed the field towards trying to measure outcomes directly, right? Like, can people pay their bills? Can they build their savings? Can they handle a shock? Can they manage debt? And so on. And I'll just put a finer point on this question around, or this difference, I guess, between access and outcomes. I think it's really important, considering the changes that we've seen in the supply side of financial services, that we really refine our understanding of what access, even just access, looks like. Simply using alternative financial services, non-bank providers, I don't think is a very good proxy for being underbanked today. In fact, I was just looking this up, but my colleague Andrew Warren at Financial Health Network has done some really fantastic work here. And by our count, we have one data point to suggest that nearly a quarter, 22% of consumers who say they don't have or don't know if they have a checking account also reported using a fully digital bank like Chime. And I think that that's just one small data point to suggest that the ways that people are engaging with financial products and services has changed really dramatically over the past 5 to 10 years, and we need to take that into account, even when we're just thinking about financial inclusion, and especially when we're thinking about how people use those products and services to solve financial health needs and problems. So I know we'll talk a little bit more about how we measure financial health in a little bit, but I'll just kind of end these introductory comments by saying I think financial health is a really helpful framework because it really does work for multiple audiences, right? So financial institutions certainly can use it to design better products and demonstrate their impact, track and demonstrate impact. But policymakers and community leaders can also use it to target interventions and evaluate whether their programming is working. And of course, researchers can use it to track household experiences and disparities that traditional macroeconomic indicators may miss. And I'll just emphasize this point since we're here at the Fed and the state of the economy really matters. As a researcher, I think that household financial health and the health of the national economy are really important to look at together because they move together, right? Healthy households spend more reliably, they save more consistently, and they absorb shocks without cutting back sharply. And that stability really does add up to a stronger, steadier economy overall. And the inverse is also true. We know that big macroeconomic shifts directly shape household financial health. But if macroeconomic growth isn't translating into broad-based security and prosperity for families, then it's missing the mark.
Thank you. Ivy, I'll turn to you. Financial health seems like a natural fit for credit unions. In many ways, it's why credit unions exist. When and how did RightPat start explicitly using financial health language, and what does it mean to meet members where they are in terms of their financial health?
Sure, thanks for that question, Sean, and I echo the appreciation to be a part of the panel this afternoon. As you mentioned, I think credit unions have always been uniquely positioned to meet the needs of our members and our community where they are. In fact, that's how credit unions got started. The credit union movement is flavored by the people helping people philosophy. At RightPat Credit Union, our first financial health need was met almost 100 years ago on a base in Ohio when a worker fell ill, and at that time we didn't have flex leave and paid leave. You didn't work, you didn't get paid. And his teammates put quarters in a sunshine box, what we call our Sunshine Community Fund today, but put them in a shoebox, and they made the first loan. And that first loan was paid back over time when the gentleman was well, and that was the first RightPat Credit Union loan. And what's interesting is many credit unions are positioned like us and got started in that way. There was a need that had to be met. That was the difference between sustaining through a storm or not, and that need was met. And so the work of financial health has been at the crux of what we and what credit unions have done for years, meeting that opportunity of trust and proximity and need in one place. In 2014, I think it was actually with Financial Health Network, we really forged partnership to begin more formally leveraging and learning and applying the concepts of what did it mean to be financially healthy, and in fact work to help engage and develop the score that is used today. We started to apply it locally with our credit union members in our industry so that we had both national and very localized data, and then we took that data to start to determine where the opportunity gaps were for the credit union and for the communities that we serve throughout Ohio. In 2019, I believe it was, we adopted what we call the financial flexibility and freedom approach. We like words at the credit union. We like to name things. And so in our mind, that was our way to think about what products, processes, and people needed to help with us meeting the need of weathering a storm in times of challenge or creating thriving environments financially. And we started to look at what different products and services and solutions, education that we may have not been offering yet were needed to go on that roadmap to do so. So we've been doing it for almost 100 years, more formally in the last 12 years. And it's really been interesting to see it evolve and where it will head. But like you said, I think that credit unions have and financial institutions are uniquely positioned to not only apply financial health metrics and processes for the business case or the bottom line product of it, but because of the proximity that they bring to the neighborhoods that those organizations serve.
Thank you. To Kristen, you work with consumers who are often in financial distress, many dealing with significant debt, budget deficits. What does financial health look like for the populations you serve, and how does your individualized, holistic approach differ from how a traditional bank might think about these customers, these consumers?
Sure, and thank you again for having us here. I'm really excited to engage in this conversation and grateful to our credit union partners. GreenPath partners with over 600 credit unions across the country, and the credit union institutions are often where someone will turn when they are struggling, and so we're really grateful for that opportunity to leverage the trust that the credit union has with their members to make that trusted referral over to GreenPath. The people who are contacting us often are struggling. I have lots of data that I can share, but I'd really like to share just the story of one person that we counseled, one of the 100,000 people that we counseled last year, and kind of just illustrate that situation for you. So we counseled Kim about this time last year, and she was referred to us by her credit union when she went to the credit union to get a consolidation loan. The credit union turned her down for the loan because she had filed for bankruptcy in 2021 and she had a credit score of 617. But the credit union also, as they turned her down for the loan, referred her to GreenPath, and she got into our counseling session. We call our counselors financial wellness experts. We want the people who are reaching out to us to feel like they're receiving something of value and they're receiving expertise because they deserve it. And she shared her story where she had filed for bankruptcy in 21. Then she got into a car accident and needed to replace her vehicle and was declined for the auto loan. And so she purchased the loan on credit cards. Those credit cards carried very high interest rates, as you might imagine, being a post-bankruptcy customer. And she was struggling to make ends meet, but she was current on all of her bills at the time that she reached out to us. She had $23,000 in credit card debt, and she made just under $30,000 a year. Her budget deficit at the time of counseling was about $1,100 a month. Our counselor spent an hour with her. It's human-to-human connection, really understanding her story and understanding her goals. And really the root cause of her issue was the low credit score. And so even though she was current on her bills, she needed to stay current and she was struggling with that deficit. And so through our counseling, really getting creative, listening, finding opportunities in that, we were able to get her budget balanced partially with the savings that came with a debt management program. So I want to take a minute just to explain nonprofit debt management. It's very different from what people might see in like the debt settlement world. So people, when they're working with a nonprofit debt management provider, they are repaying all of their credit card debt, but at much lower interest rates. So the payments go down and they're able to repay that debt in about a 5-year period. So through this creative counseling and finding opportunities to cut expenses, and there weren't much, but also getting the customer to agree to finding other sources of income, she was able to successfully enroll in the debt management plan, and I'm very happy to report that in just 9 months, her credit score moved up to 700, and she is still current on all of her bills and successfully repaying her debt. But it's different than how a bank might be able to approach it. They're not going to be able to get that whole story and that whole situation. The bank is primarily going to be concerned with getting their debt paid, rightly so. And so we're able to take that time and build trust, leverage the trusted referral from a financial institution, and really get to the root of the issue and give real solutions that people can take up.
Thank you, Kristen. I want to talk about measurement now, how we can kind of get down to really understanding consumer financial health outcomes. How do we really know what we think we know? How do we validate what we're seeing? So let me start with Taylor, just kind of continuing the evolution, the history you were talking about. Why is this move from just being a concept, a way organizations describe their mission, to something that major institutions are now actively measuring? And what's driving this moment?
Yeah, thanks, Sean. Let me start by talking a little bit about the measurement framework that the Financial Health Network has developed and a little bit about what we see nationally when we survey consumers about their financial health. And I think what's really interesting is that you'll hear some commonalities between Kim's story and some of the movement in her personal trajectory and some of what we seek to measure at scale when we try to think about what are the financial health patterns that we see across the United States. So at Financial Health Network, we measure financial health across 8 indicators, which we then sum into a score and put onto an index 0 to 100, and then sort people into categories based on some thresholds that we've established. But those 8 indicators are really simple. They're positive cash flow, on-time bill payment, short and long-term savings, credit score and debt manageability, confidence in the adequacy of your insurance coverage, and your ability to plan ahead. The FinHealth score has been adopted and adapted by hundreds and hundreds of organizations across the United States, including a bunch of financial institutions, banks and credit unions, fintechs, nonprofits like GreenPath or Habitat for Humanity or others that are providing direct services, as well as a bunch of industry and academic researchers. So Sean mentioned this at the beginning of the panel, but we've been surveying consumers for now almost 10 years. We just got the 9th year of data back a few weeks ago. And we see at a high level that consistently fewer than 1 in 3 households are financially healthy the way that we define them. And like I said, that's been pretty remarkably consistent over time. The share of households that we classify as financially healthy did increase during the early pandemic years due to forced savings and government and other kinds of support, but that spike has entirely disappeared. Looking now kind of across those 9 years of data, the share of households that are financially healthy has remained steady around 31%. But that stability at the population level hides a lot of movement underneath. And I think that this is a really, really important point. Each year in our data, and we have a longitudinal sample, so we can track the exact same households from one year to the next, we see about a quarter, 23 to 25%, depending on the year, of households move either up or down a financial health tier. In other words, their financial circumstances change enough that the way that we classify their financial health changes. So financial health is really dynamic for individual households. Through this work, we've also been able to surface some pretty significant disparities between different communities, both geographic and demographic. And so we also see that financial health is really variable depending on where you live and who you are. But this movement and this variability, I think that means that there are some real moments when people need help and real opportunities for companies and other organizations to show up with the right products and services at the right time. And at the Financial Health Network, not to put too fine a point on it, we think that's a business opportunity. That financial health drives consumer engagement with financial services and financial services providers. So what's driving the measurement revolution? Just to kind of come back to this point that you've made, Sean, I think it's a mix of data and strategy. Institutions now, and we heard this earlier in our conversations about AI, but even without AI, institutions have far richer transactional and behavioral data than they did even 5 years ago, alongside more sophisticated analytical tools to make sense of it. And I think that that's just opened the door to the ability to measure financial health more continuously and more holistically. We see that among traditional financial institutions, and we see that among a whole panoply of startups and fintechs who are doing really, really interesting things with transactional data, including, up to and including underwriting, using, for example, cash flow data. At the same time, I think the business of financial services itself has changed as the landscape has continued to get more crowded and more fragmented, and as consumers' financial lives have evolved. So For years, the industry conversation that we've been a part of was about establishing that financial health matters. Really making the case. Well, we're at the Federal Reserve today. We're talking about financial health. In some ways, the case has been made. And so now I think it's pretty clear that the industry conversation is about how to operationalize it. And I like that terminology that you used at the beginning, Sean. How do we understand patterns of difference in financial health needs and behaviors across different segments of consumers? How do we build financial health into our product innovation or our service delivery design? And so the emphasis has really shifted from simply, saying whether a household is financially healthy or not to really understanding under the hood, what are the reasons why? And I think that because of this shift in the business context, we're seeing the value of measurement increase for financial institutions.
So let's talk about the operationalization. Ivy, what does measuring financial health mean operationally for a credit union?
Yeah,
anything that's surprised you?
So I like what Taylor just said about really taking a look under the hood. I think operationalizing financial health is that. It's taking a look under the hood to figure out why, and then as an organization being able to, again, solution for so what. And so the way that's looked for us has been in a couple of ways. We have a financial learning and educational arm focused on certified coaching and both member at mass and one-on-one education. You've heard about partnerships with organizations like GreenPath. We have a couple of full-time, actually, staff on hand on behalf of GreenPath as certified counselors for that debt management process. But on the other end of it, operationalizing it has looked like strategic and innovative program and processes. So we've been able to bring online several different programs that have helped us to meet the needs of what some of the data has told us. For example, a Save to Win tool, where if we were talking about helping individuals get to that first 500 in savings and looking under the hood to find out why they're not doing it, some of it is behavior, habit, ability to save. Some of it is people are motivated differently, i.e. incentives and prizes. And so we were able to bring a solution online to meet that need. Operationalizing looks like bringing solutions online to meet the need or gap of someone that is experiencing a gap in getting to work. We were able to bring a Wheels for Work program online that addressed some of the subprime auto lending that was going on in our community for individuals who may not have ideal credit scores or A+ credit or even B credit. Through that program, we've helped over 1,000, I believe, individuals get to work. And so the purpose is to buy a vehicle in a prime, in an ideal environment financially. The ratios for that have been great on repayment because people are working. And so it not only was about meeting the need of a vehicle, and it wasn't about an auto loan for us, it was to meet what I call a purpose-built need, which was helping people get to work, right? We've had some opportunities to help streamline the experience for entrepreneurs who need greater access to capital, but not only greater access to capital, greater access to the education and ecosystem in our community that helps them actually sustain a business beyond that first or second year when most businesses fail. And so operationalizing for us has looked like, what can we do to actually provide the financial learning and educational components? Where can we provide the products and solutions when they make sense? And like I call them, they make sense when they aren't necessarily making sense to make sense, the dollars and cents, but make sense because they fulfill the purpose of the credit union. And then when can we work in collaboration with other organizations such as a GreenPath, other nonprofits, other community entities to fill some of those gaps that really aren't our swim lane, but are an important swim lane to ensure that the need for the member is being met.
Kristen, how about you? I mean, you shared Kim's story, but kind of at a macro level for your whole client population, how do you think about measuring financial health? Are there patterns that you see in counseling that traditional metrics might miss? Just kind of maybe pick up on some of the stuff that Ivy and you were talking about.
Sure. The biggest thing we hear from people who reach out to us is they wish they would have reached out sooner. And, debt carries such a stigma, and people are they're ashamed. They feel like they're going to be judged, even though they never will if they reach out to us. And they always feel better as soon as they talk to us, because we tell them, you're not alone, it's not your fault, and you're going to be okay. And so, but that gap in time and for how long people struggle with the situation and just try to make the best decisions that they can come up with, but they may be making decisions that aren't in the best interest of their financial health, it's a real problem. And so I agree 100% with Taylor that there is a great opportunity to reach people with the right products at the right time of need. And I think we're just missing that, and we have to figure out how to break through that. When people are calling us, and our data shows that they have on average about $25,000 in credit card debt, and then we're able to look back in the metrics and see that they had about $19,000 in credit card debt 12 months before. So they're paying these exorbitant rates for a very long time on a very tight budget that is probably a deficit, and they're making it work by using the credit cards, and that debt continues to grow. And so I think that's just one of the metrics that doesn't show up, is how long people are waiting and how long they're struggling with it before they seek out partnership and help.
Sean, you asked me a double question there, and that I didn't answer one piece of it, but what Kristen just said reminded me of it. You asked me, were there any surprises? What has been a surprise in my mind, and it speaks to what Kristen said, is as we've been able to operationalize and bring solutions online to support individuals in their different financial journeys, the number of times that we hear someone say, not even they just didn't know educationally the process, but they weren't aware of the solutions to help them address them. The number of times that we've heard someone say, no one taught me this, but also I didn't know this existed or was available to me. And probably a little bit of, proximity bias, in my mind. It's like, how don't you know about all these wonderful good things? But I do think it speaks to the necessity of storytelling and the necessity of collaborative storytelling to make sure that the ability to address accessibility and awareness comes from more than one channel. Because we think we're telling all the good news, and we've got the megaphone, and everyone's going to hear it from our voices. But it's probably more effective and powerful to leverage that storytelling across industry and across organizations. And so that was one thing that was kind of surprising as we started scoring and using the scores to help us to make those decisions, was the number of times people just weren't aware of even solutions that may have already existed that were available for them.
Sean, if I might, I just want to, underscore the points that Kristen and Ivy have made and connect to some of the conversations that we were hearing earlier around AI. The three scarcities, Tim, I think you had mentioned this, the three scarcities that people face. We are so often focused on scarcity in resources and miss the very profound scarcity in time and attention that are just as impactful in shaping how people make decisions about their finances, and even the kind of profound information asymmetries that they face, and understanding what are the options available to them. We'll probably talk maybe a little bit about AI towards the end of the conversation if we have time, but I'll just note, I think that there's opportunity and risk there in helping people sort of navigate those three scarcities when it comes to sort of supporting good financial decision making in a really complex and fragmented financial services landscape.
Yeah, I agree.
Fair game to bring in AI at any point. I think I just want to keep building on this discussion about putting the insights into action and what's working. Kristen, you kind of already started talking about this, but I know you have a new safety net product for people who are managing debt with you. Can you walk us through, for example, how that works, what makes it effective?
Yes, so I'm very excited that we will soon be launching a new safety net product where the customers who are repaying their debt with us will also start to build an emergency savings. You want to talk about slack. 57% of the people who call us are already using 90% of their available credit. So again, they're waiting very long, and they have no slack left, and so that's when they are reaching out. When we go through the process of creating a budget with a person and balancing that budget, we always include a minimum of $25 of savings per month in that budget. What we haven't done until now is actually automate that savings. So now we are using behavioral economics, we are stacking the habits, so when a person decides they want to enroll in a debt management plan and repay their debt, they are also deciding to enroll in the safety net program, and it's just all stacked together and explained, and like, this is gonna make you successful on this program, and we are automating the payments first to the debt management plan, and then second to the separate safety net account. And so ideally, you know, a person's taking 3 to 5 years to repay their debt, they're going to run into a financial shock. And one of the things we've learned through our client interviews is that people are often taking on other debt because they have nothing to fall back on. So while they're successfully, you know, making ground on the debt they enrolled with us, meanwhile, they've taken on something else over here when that shock happens because they didn't have the emergency fund to rely on. So now, when they encounter that shock, they'll be able to reach out to GreenPath, either use the emergency fund to make their debt payment or to take care of the shock. And we're just so excited to be able to stack those habits and have measurements that will include not only repaying debt, but building savings at the same time.
Yeah, that's an exciting one, and I'm sure Taylor and others who have frameworks for financial health like the combination of the idea of the emergency savings and the sustainable credit and kind of bringing that all together in a way that works for the consumer's actual life and the way they would think about them in interconnected ways. Ivy, you'd kind of been talking about some other innovations and kind of connecting the insights into action. So I don't know if you have anything more to elaborate, and also want to hear from Taylor on kind of what you're hearing from members and kind of what's most exciting for you from an innovation perspective across the ecosystem. So.
Yeah, one innovation that we're really excited about, I would say that I'm excited about most of the things I've already shared with you, because just the ability to be unique in meeting members where they are excites me. But there is one that in the last 2 years we've really been working on that is an expression of partnership, collaboration, and community investment, coaching, and solutions all paired in one. And I believe the recipe for financial health success includes all of those ingredients. And that is a partnership that we have for what we call our Pathways to Homeownership initiative. In our community, we have a very high renter audience, especially in one specific zip code area that is also socioeconomically disadvantaged. And we came into partnership with a nonprofit partner as a community quarterback, an organization that's also a nonprofit that handles education and family outcomes and data. Our foundation made a seed investment of $1.3 million. There's a construction company on board, and then our coaching and educational aspect, and then another nonprofit that has come on board for the certified counseling element to help build and create up to 30 successful first-time home buyers. When we look at our first-time home buyer portfolio, it is a very large element of who we are able to serve. And again, it's not about the, how much money we make off of having first-time home buyers. It's the reality that, as our president says, they can get in the game, they can stay in the game. You've bought your first home, you typically have built now the confidence and understanding and learning to do it again, or to at least sustain that. We want to make sure that that is a true process. And so we've been able to partner with those entities that I mentioned to not only build the homes, because we are not baseball. If we build it, they'll come. That would be nice, but we want to make sure, again, successful sustenance and maintaining of the home as one of the key wealth generators for families. And like I said, we were able to make the investment for the initial homes being built. And we are so excited that as of last week, the first 5 homes were completed and have been sold. And yes, and so the first 5 homeowners are in the homes. The second 5 homes are coming online by fall. There is a pipeline of individuals who have been now coached and educated and created a savings plan and sometimes a debt management plan. So the credit readiness is there and the activity is there. And what's happening is, you know, the tide is being lifted by everyone. I like to believe many hands make light work and many hands make impactful work. And that's one of the examples that we're seeing very tangibly. So we're really excited about that because it has several elements and components to it. And we're seeing the tangible results of people are owning their homes in an environment where I believe it's 73% right now are renter environment. And so what we know about renter environments is not only are, you know, you're not getting the asset of the ownership, but it's also in the environment we're in very subject to outside of community investors. And we are navigating that like many communities around the country are. And so it also helps to preserve the spirit of very local, community-driven impact work. So we're really excited about that.
Taylor?
Yeah, I mean, I think that both of these are fantastic examples of innovations that have been spurred by insights into what people's financial health ambitions and needs and challenges really are. Most financial institutions, forgive me, most financial institutions
Fair.
think day to day in terms of product.
Yep.
They don't think in terms of experiences.
No.
And I do think that the most powerful innovations that we're seeing are those that really center consumer experience in ways that allow institutions and partnerships, groups of institutions, to connect the dots in ways that don't leave people siloed with one challenge and try to solve that challenge with one product. I also think that institutions get stuck because they don't always have a shared standard for what good looks like when it comes to financial health. And at Financial Health Network, we've committed to help try to fill that gap, not only by defining and measuring financial health for households and consumers, but also by defining some product level standards around, again, like what does good look like for consumers. So we've launched these financial health standards as an evidence-based framework to ensure that financial products include features that we know are linked to improved financial health, starting with checking accounts and credit cards. And we feel that financial institutions really need this kind of specific guidance and comparative benchmarking at the product level to break through this barrier between commitment and action. But ultimately, what we really want people to be doing, like the true cutting edge of innovation, is in kind of designing for consumer experience in a way that allows people to connect, for example, debt repayment, credit building, home buying, and wealth building, to really think about that consumer financial health journey much more holistically.
Those are all really interesting examples. Quick time check. We probably have another 15 minutes or so before I want to turn to audience questions. And I want to talk a little bit, maybe a little bit out of order, but you just mentioned collaboration, kind of coordination, partnerships, Taylor, and I'd love to hear Kristen and Ivy kind of jump in on that topic and talk about the role partnerships play in promoting financial health, but also kind of coming to conclusions on what good is and how you measure it and then design for it.
Yeah. As I mentioned, I think that many hands make impactful work, and I think collaboration is everything. There's something to be said about what we've heard several times today about the trust building and rapport building element of financial health or helping someone on their financial journey. And I think it's important for us to acknowledge the role that we all do or don't play in that, right? The role that we play as a financial institution, we're very trusted by our credit union members. We also recognize that nonprofit partners are very trusted by the communities that they serve, right? Even more so than us by our members. we recognize that we all have opportunity to run in the lane of expertise that we've been created for. So what is that swim lane? Not necessarily driving lane, because we can be fluid in it, but what's the swim lane? So I think collaboration is critical in that. When I think about the Federal Reserve, for example, there are several solutions and the FinHealth standards that you all can help shape for the environments by which we play in and stay in, and how there could be partnership there in the storytelling and getting the word out. I was talking earlier to someone just about the reality of tender environments or unique environments call for collaboration, because while you may have the resource and the interest and the information, I may have the proximity and the access and the rapport, and Taylor may have the innovative tool and solution, and Sean may have the financial resource to get it done, right? And so especially in environments where trust may be of question, familiarity may be of question, that collaboration can help mission be accomplished. And so I just think collaboration is critical in creating not only the learning, but the pathway to moving the needle on financial health.
Yeah, I'll just build on that. Our entire work is built on partnerships, the 600 credit union partners that we have across the country, being able to offer GreenPath as a trusted resource in that time of need. And I'd also like to highlight, so we partner with 401k record keepers. Empower Financial is one of our great partners. And within their online experience, if a person is seeking a loan from their 401k loan or from their 401k, they are offered the opportunity to connect with GreenPath to understand, what other options might be available for them so that they don't tap into their retirement in order to solve a short-term financial problem, which might have other options that can be good for it. Because debt management and nonprofit debt management is really not known and people don't understand it, they don't even know that's available, and they might end up with a product that's going to hurt their credit, like debt settlement could hurt their credit tremendously, especially if they are current at the time of reaching out to that kind of a company. Getting that referral at the time that they're making the decision of like, ooh, I'm thinking borrowing from my 401k would be a good idea right now, they can talk to a nonprofit certified credit counselor to understand like different choices that they might make to solve that situation. But they'll never find out about us if they don't have that referral from Empower at the time.
I might take a slightly different angle on this question around partnerships and collaboration to, as someone who leads a research team, to really think about the value of collaboration in the world of data and insights. I think financial health data is a public good. Like inflation or unemployment, household financial health data offers us a shared record of how people are doing. And I think it provides us with a shared floor on which institutions can innovate, right? And in many ways compete on, what they do with those financial health insights. One of the most important areas of innovation in financial services right now, at least when it comes to financial health and financial health measurement, is in supplementing really good survey data with analysis of administrative data, whether those are credit records or in particular for financial institutions, account and transactional data. Right now, all of that innovation is happening, or most of that innovation is happening inside of financial institutions. And they're doing it often in isolation with no real common vocabulary or reference framework. And so each one of them is kind of reinventing the wheel. So we think it's really important to really kind of jumpstart coordination around the use of administrative data in understanding how consumers are faring financially. So Financial Health Network has recently launched a new financial health measurement industry working group to develop some of that shared understanding and shared frameworks for measuring consumer financial health using administrative data. Our goal is to really give providers and other stakeholders that common and practical foundation for understanding the financial lives of the people they serve with the data that they already have. And so, shout out to the Fed for being a real partner and helping elevate the importance of financial health measurement, whether that's using really good survey data like with the SHED or encouraging financial institutions to leverage the administrative data that they already have available to them. These are really powerful opportunities, I think, for cross-sector collaboration and to provide a much more continuous and granular understanding of people's financial lives.
So I'm going to try to fit in 2 more questions very quickly. We only have maybe 5 minutes to allow some audience questions, but and so maybe not everyone has to answer this if you don't want to, but can we just very quickly talk about the business case more broadly? We've talked a lot about the benefits to consumers of all stripes, but particularly the vulnerable. How would you quickly make the business case? Taylor, you mentioned it earlier, but maybe how would you describe that?
I'm happy to take it, but Ivy, maybe you can talk a little bit about like what has been your experience at RightPad?
Sure. So I've already talked about all of the opportunities for, bringing solutions online. And while they may not be, loan or deposit revenue generating opportunities first, the bottom line is they do generate those opportunities, right? But on the other side, what we have seen as we've leveraged the financial health scoring and surveying at the local level and then use that for financial coaching and educational opportunities, we have seen that our educated and engaged members are stickier members. They stay with us. They tend to have more solutions per member. They tend to, when they've gone through our engagements, kind of using the scores and the education that we wrap around it, they tend to pay their debts down more actively and increase their savings consistently. And so we do have data, and I apologize, I don't have the exact number today, but we do have data tied to individuals that engage our financial health journey resources compared to those who don't. And we do see a difference in that space. Now, we love our members, and we have very sticky members anyway who they may not pay 10 other bills, but they will pay the things that are provided to us. And we do believe it's because of things like we're not only providing product and solution, we're genuinely walking through a financial health journey.
Yeah, and I would just add the business case for like the financial health work that we do is that we're approaching the person holistically. These problems don't happen in a vacuum. And when someone can get a holistic action plan with like how to manage their financial life in this moment, everyone's going to be better off. The person's going to be better off, but the creditors are going to be better off too because they're going to get paid in full and on time, maybe at a slightly lower interest rate or significantly lower interest rate if they go on a debt management plan, but they're still getting paid in full, which is a much better result than a bankruptcy or a settlement.
When we survey consumers across the entire country, we consistently see a desire perception gap. In roughly 80% of consumers say that they want their financial institution to help them improve their financial health. Only 14% on average think that their financial institution is actually doing it. Whatever's actually happening, that's the perception gap. And there's where I think real business value lies. We've also done some work to look at consumers' actual engagements with the primary financial institutions, and we see that those consumers who say that their primary financial institution is supporting their financial health, to back up Ivy's points, across financial institutions, we see that they're 3 times more satisfied, 3 times more likely to recommend their PFI, 2 times more likely to stay at their PFI long-term, and 5 times more likely to buy additional products.
Okay, very quick lightning round. 1 to 2 sentences if you could answer this. Magic wand question. If you could change one thing about how the ecosystem approaches financial health, particularly for vulnerable customers and consumers, what would it be? Kristen?
That people would find the trusted guides in the process and not end up where they shouldn't.
That there'd be a standardized way to gauge it and a collaborative way to solution for it, that we would work in collaboration.
That we would really change the mindset of practitioners in particular about consumer financial behavior, that consumers don't make decisions on the basis of single products, but are making them on the basis of trying to piece together, a variety of different solutions across a whole bunch of different providers to address, financial health ambitions, aspirations, needs, and challenges. But they're not doing it on a product-by-product basis.
Thank you. Questions from the audience?
Hi, thank you for your comments and your discussion. Questions for Ivy and Kristen. I'm curious whether or not you partner with high schools or junior high school for financial literacy for children or young adults. And then for Taylor, I don't know if your database tracks whether or not the individuals have financial literacy as young adults, and whether or not that has an impact on, you said their scores ebb and flow over time. So could it be that, and it's a question, if they had access to financial literacy programs earlier on, it had better outcomes later throughout life, longer term?
So yes, we actually have a K through 12 state-aligned curriculum. Ohio is a financial literacy mandated state. But we have a state-aligned curriculum called Money Magnifier, and we provide it in community for K through 12 audiences as kits and tools. But we do also have a dedicated financial learning coordinator that is engaging the 9 through 12 audience specifically. And then we have partnerships with our local universities to provide that partner education into young adulthood as well. So yes, and then there was what was the other part of the question? Oh, that was it for me, right? Okay.
And while we don't partner directly with educational institutions, we impact the children of the families that we are working with by really starting the conversation. So we have stories from our clients where they're sharing, like, they're bringing their kids along in this budget conversation and like, okay, we're needing to cut back on this, or here, we're so proud of the debt we were able to repay, and like now we were able to achieve our dream of buying a home. And so like we're trying to destigmatize the conversation and have it come from, the families who are making these great choices and improving their situation.
Just briefly in response to your question, we don't have great data ourselves on the links between early childhood financial education and later life outcomes for adults. Financial Health Network doesn't, but there's great research on this. Carly Urban is one researcher who's done a lot of work on high school financial education and looking at what works best, when and how does it work best, and really sort of evaluating some of the capability outcomes among individuals who go through that kind of education. But I'll just double down on the points that Tim Flacca from Commonwealth and Governor Barr made earlier about the very valuable shift that I think has occurred around our understanding of financial education from the idea that it's an information and knowledge problem to the idea that it's actually about capability and confidence. Yeah. And the ability to create products and build products, institutions, and systems in which people have the information that they need to make the right choices in the right moment. So I think it's really less a question about education per se and more a question about institutional design.
And just to close on that, I think that's where it's important. We don't use the term financial education. We talk about financial learning and financial management, and really, to your point, capability building, right? And so what we have is state aligned, but we have tried to approach it in partnership, even with some of our community partners in the design of it, to be relevant to those on-time, just-in-time, on-demand topics that really are about, as you're going through each stage in your life journey, what does that mean for your financial journey? And how do we teach to that? How do you cash your first check? How do you purchase a car and negotiate a car? We talked about the company that can do it for you earlier, right? Like how are you an advocate for yourself in that way? How do you not fall prey to predatory credit and lending things? How do you start to invest safely and effectively?
So I think we might have run out of time. You had so much great stuff to share. Didn't have time for more questions, but thank you so much, Taylor, Kristen, and Ivy, for this great conversation, engaging with us on this important work. And just want to say that we are committed to supporting work through research and collaboration. And if you're implementing financial health measurement or want to learn from others doing this work, please connect with me or my colleagues. You can find us after the panel or online. We want to keep engaging. So thank you, everyone, for joining us, and thank you for the conversation, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you all very much for attending our conference this year. This has been just exciting. I want to especially thank those who were joining us online. So many thanks to our virtual attendees. We expected this year's theme on the next generation of financial inclusion to bring tremendous energy to the conference discussion, and I think indeed it did. So before I close out the conference, because I know what I'm standing in front of, let me share another innovative resource that is now public. Our colleagues at the Federal Reserve Bank of Boston have launched a new Inclusive Payments Resource Center, which is a website that highlights opportunities to advance financial inclusion through payments. You'll see the QR code is up there. Please snap it. Check it out. The site aims to provide households who are unbanked and underbanked with tools and information that can give them access to safer, more affordable options than the ones that they rely on today. So really happy with these new innovations that are coming out of the Federal Reserve System, and greatly support how they are helping to move and advance financial inclusion. So before we all leave and head upstairs for a reception, let me just add my thanks to the many contributors behind the scenes who played an important role in making today successful. On the logistics team, we had Bianca Markovic, Yvette Harvey, Candace Thomas, and Jadson Miller. And on the planning team, Jennifer Fernandez, Kirsten Nolan, Emily Hirschman, Shalise Fryer, and Gracie Griffin. Just give them a round of applause. Thank you all. Now we invite you to take